Olá, sejam muito que todos vão poder enviar perguntas através do WhatsApp. Vai aparecer na sua tela. Essas perguntas vão ser respondidas.
To welcome everyone and tell a bit of our track record so far. I'd like to introduce Luiz Osório do Moncel. He's the company's CEO, has over 30 years of experience in the marketplace, an MBA in business management through FGV, and participated as the chairman of entities such as the Sementes Foundation and the Association of Seed Producers in Rio Grande do Sul. He's the CEO of 3tentos and the Aprobio Association of Biodiesel Producers in Brazil. Let's greet Luiz do Moncel. Welcome. Good morning, Kellen. It's a great pleasure being here with you today. So, likewise, I'd like to introduce as well João Marcelo, the company's COO, majored in business administration through the Rio Grande do Sul Federal University, an MBA in marketing through FGV. He was the head of ANDAVI, the National Association of Pest Controllers, and has over 25 years of experience in ag business in 3tentos. Good morning, João Marcelo. Good morning, Kellen, everyone who's listening to us. It's a pleasure having this opportunity to talk to you this morning. So together, let's move forward. I'd like to invite Luiz Osório to share with us a bit of this story, where everything began and how we got to this present moment. We can actually visualize the first slide we want to show you, that you will see shortly on your screen, a timeline. On that timeline, we will see where the story began, the company's foundation, and the step-by-step that you see there on your screen, up to the moment where we come to today of consolidation. So that's a timeline we want to get to know better. Luis, can you share with us a bit of the story? Kellen, it's thrilling for us to be here talking to our guests, important people who we want to share and dedicate all this information that 3tentos can share. We began in 1995 with 3tentos. Our father, João Osório, João Marcelo, myself, three producers. When we returned from the university in Porto Alegre, we went back to Santa Bárbara in the northeast of the state. So we're growers, we're farmers. We grow soy, corn, wheat. So it's a strong vocation for agriculture. So with that, we thought about streamlining along with other growers, colleagues, evolving with direct planting. We wanted that to be more consistent, but we wanted more. We wanted to take another step. We wanted to offer the farmers a all-encompassing solution for their property. And at the time, lots of innovation, lots of technology that would enable farmers and growers to have greater yield, more effectiveness, better management. And so that led us to begin 3tentos with this view of being a ag business solution company, and that is our vision still today. Interesting, this word that Luis is mentioned, solutions, it anticipates what is a differential, a uniqueness of the company, the ecosystem. There are several links in this chain. Tell us, how does this work? 3tentos ecosystem, it was developed, and I can join those two topics in history because from 95 to 96, we closed a first cycle with growers offering soy and wheat seeds and corn seeds, also fertilizers, and interacting as well with the grain origination solution. So that closed the circle where 3tentos rounded off, closed the ecosystem, offering technology, offering the sales of inputs with technical assistance, very much focused on productivity, on yield, and supporting farmers so that the farmers would get their results. And the leap that we saw in yields for comparing to today, that's when we begin from 35, 40 bags per hectare. And many farmers today have over 100 bags per hectare. It is the farmers' hard work, and 3tentos works significantly to bring this information, to bring this technology, to tailor, to customize it to their clients. So with that, we form an ecosystem. We started putting together this ecosystem. Coming to 2013, we had around 25 offices, only in soybean. And at the time then, we rounded off the link in our understanding. We were present with the farmers, the growers, throughout the whole crop cycle, all the way to harvesting. And in harvesting, we focus on grain trading so that we can help enable growers to have the best deals. And in the industry, 3tentos also adds value and becomes even more competitive. So this whole ecosystem that you see on the screen, the ag retail, grain origination, and the industry that 3tentos built in 2013 and expanded in 2019 in the second production facility in Cruz Alto. And we worked hard on what we consider essential, which is to be amongst soybean and corn. It's an industry, in the most important soybean growing region in Rio Grande do Sul. And this has led to the figures we see here. Our revenue of over 3 billion reais, over 400 million EBITDA. Now I'm talking a bit about governance here. 3tentos evolved, grew, dedicated itself. And it's the 3tentos team, It's not just one person. It's today, We started with 9 people working. So we're over 1,200 today. And this team at 3tentos is responsible for leading this governance so that we could come to a moment like today where we could ask, why the IPO with these figures? The IPO is because 3tentos has always naturally pursued to win over, to take over this space where you, the investor, can come and say, well, here's a company that's ready, that is prepared to take the next leap. Brazil has, 25% of the GDP is ag business, and very low percentage in the stock exchange. So we can continue to grow, right? Thank you, Luis. We're going to come back to talking to you a bit more and ask you for more details. I want to remind you that it's key for you to participate. You can send questions, and throughout the morning, we will bring you the answers. Let's go a bit deeper. Our knowledge about 3tentos, I want to hand the floor now to João Marcelo. Can you share with us a bit more about the ecosystem that we just saw and what's ahead? Wonderful. First and foremost, I want to emphasize that this opportunity that we live here today, this morning, we're dedicating, and that you are watching us, it's for us to have this deeper knowledge about 3tentos. We're going to have not just myself and João Zório speaking, but we'll have a chance for interaction with several company executives, lots of many people who are either physically here or who are going to join us remotely, as we're going to see throughout the morning, for us to understand what 3tentos does. Along with what Osório said, what is the 3tentos ecosystem? So that we're going to talk about this so much today. Why does 3tentos position itself like that? Why did we have this track record in 25 years of growth, of delivering value, of repeat business with clients, of service, of putting together this team, this family, actually, 1,200 people we have there. How did that happen? What are the drivers? And we will have the opportunity to talk to you throughout this morning. 3tentos today is in Rio Grande do Sul, and we are in 40 business units, 40 stores, we call them, in 36 cities. There are 2 industrial plants, one in Cruz Alta and the other in Ijuí. The Cruz Alta plant is a crushing plant, and the Ijuí is soybean crushing and biodiesel production. We've got 3 of ag inputs processing plants, 2 units for seed processing for wheat and soybean, our own brand, 3tentos. And we've got a fertilizer mixer that is along in the Ijuí complex, making the best use of the road and railway complex that we have in Ijuí. And that mixing plant, also through the direct import of raw material, we can offer our own brand products for this whole range of clients that we cater to. So all of this, supported by our own R&D center, 36 hectares that we have in the area, right in Santa Barbara. You've been. We have the crop show there, our technological showcase showroom. We validate all of this structure. That's where we validate all of the technology. We will also be speaking about that throughout the morning to bring you this better, to interact. Thank you, João Marcelo, Luis. We're going to come back to talking in a few moments and bringing more information to our audience. Now, we're going to get to know a bit more about 3tentos, the largest and best Brazilian ag business opportunity.
Maior potencial agrícola do mundo. A atividade representa 25% do PIB e assume protagonismo na produção de alimentos e energia verde, fazendo o país encarar de frente 2 grandes desafios globais: a de segurança alimentar e a conservação dos recursos naturais. Com a perseverança de quem produz e com o mesmo ímpeto da agricultura brasileira, a 3tentos surge em 1995, com a visão de ser uma empresa de soluções para o agricultor.
Nós estamos em toda a cadeia do agronegócio, desde o planejamento de uma lavoura junto com o produtor, até um produto que está chegando na indústria e dali para a mesa das pessoas.
Nós temos hoje uma empresa preparada, pronta, temos pessoas absolutamente engajadas, comprometidas.
Insumos, grãos e indústria formam a base do nosso negócio, fortalecem as nossas ofertas. Em 2020, nosso faturamento atingiu 3 bilhões de reais, com um EBITDA acima de 300 milhões, possuindo 40 lojas e 2 plantas industriais. Nossa oferta tem início por meio da consultoria técnica, abastecida por uma área interna de pesquisa, desenvolvimento e inovação. Em conjunto com plataformas digitais, construímos com o agricultor um planejamento de lavoura, buscando otimizar recursos e maximizar a produtividade com sementes, fertilizantes, defensivos e o conhecimento aplicado por hectare. Além de planejar e prestar assistência técnica ao produtor, alavancamos a estrutura comercial da nossa rede de varejo para originar soja, trigo e milho, oferecendo ao agricultor uma solução completa para o ciclo produtivo, do plantio à venda da produção. Industrializar a soja originada nas unidades contempla o sistema de negócios da 3tentos, entregando ao mercado alimento e energia por meio de farelo e biodiesel. Estamos na vanguarda do agronegócio, incorporando pesquisa e desenvolvimento de soluções ao agricultor, além de disponibilizar uma interface digital, conectando cliente e consultores. Os nossos negócios, integrados às nossas soluções de consultoria, pesquisa, desenvolvimento, digital, serviços, logística, crédito e relacionamento, formam o ecossistema de ofertas mais completo do agronegócio brasileiro, permitindo à companhia atuar como varejista para seus mais de 16 mil clientes. Todo esse ecossistema construído por e para aqueles que a empresa tem de mais valioso, nossos colaboradores e clientes. 3tentos, sempre parceiros.
Muito bom.
Wonderful, wonderful. So with this overview, we were able to have a brief feeling of the entire ecosystem put together by 3tentos. Now, moving on, it is a great pleasure that we invite the head and CEO of John Deere Brazil, Paulo Hermann, to share with us a bit of ag knowledge, technologies, and Brazil's strengths in this industry. Paulo Hermann, good morning and welcome to 3tentos Day.
Good morning, Kellen. Good morning, Luis, Marcelo. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak a little bit about the agribusiness, which is my life and my passion. Also, I would like to greet all of you. The Mansell family has a long history of a lot of credibility, a long history of hard work and perseverance. They are, Kelly, they are very respected in southern Brazil and in the state of Mato Grosso, where they also work. So it is a pleasure to me to speak about the agribusinesses and also support the 3tentos initiative in increasing its capital via IPO. Thank you so much, Paulo Hermann. Pleasure to have you with us. I have Luis and João here, and we want to listen to you. We want to get a little bit of your vision on the Brazilian agribusiness, where we are at right now, and what do you see for the short term in 2022, 23? How long will this thriving business continue to thrive in your vision? Well, Kellen, as I always say, success is not by chance. It doesn't come, it didn't fall on our lap. This is not by chance. This is the fruit of a lot of hard work. And this is a lot of unplanned coalition because in Brazil, we don't have a lot of long-term planning. In China, for example, they are looking 100 years down the road. Sometimes in Brazil, we can't even plan in the same month. But things fell into play. If you look at Brazil back in the 1970s, back in those days, we had 90 million people here in the country, and we were not able to feed those folks. We were major importers. We imported milk even, which is a basic staple for any country, any economy. And look where we are at today, 50 years down the road. Now we are feeding 212 million Brazilians and an additional 1.5 billion people all over the world that benefit from our products. A lot has happened since then, and it wasn't by chance. I always mention some important milestones that were crucial for that, one of which is absolutely the creation of Embrapa back in the 1970s. Embrapa is the Brazilian Research Institute, which is at the forefront of all of that. This is really the driving force because our agriculture is based in science, you see. There is a very strong science basis to it. And there is a series of events, no-till planting, which was mentioned by Luis back in the 1970s, that was initially done by, some growers, and then it expanded to different states. And then we had the protection, the law of protection to the cultivars. Companies like 3tentos, like Marcelo said, we have a center of development, and these companies are now able to invest on breeding and technology, and we don't have any piracy. So the Cultivar Protection Act helped us to take a leap in the quality of our seeds. So then we had the Embrapa, which was created in the 1970s, the Cultivar Protection Law. And that gave us the possibility of having 2 crops a year, for example, in the Midwest. And then we had the GMOs, which is really important. Back in 2008, around that period, and that really decreased the cost of production. The GMOs, the genetic modified organisms, that really pushed us to the forefront. And ag machinery from 2000. The government created a program here which was called Modern Fleet, which was to renew the fleet. So today we have a series of machinery. Of course, machinery is my business. We have a current, up-to-date, state-of-the-art machinery equipment, and the average use is 5 years. So we have a lot of technology embedded in the field. Then we have some forestry developments here in the last 6 years. We had some plans that the government now puts out every year. Every year, we invest roughly $5 or $6 billion in terms of financing and investment. So if you add up all of that, we are talking about $50 billion of Plano Safra, and plus the initiatives we have in the scientific field. And then you get to the main factor, which I really think makes us stand out, which is the tenacity, which is the courage of Brazilian farmers. All the folks from the south that come out of Rio Grande do Sul and go to different states like Paraná and Mato Grosso, and they continue up towards the Midwest, all the way to Mato Grosso. They are doing reforms there that are very important in the structure. They're doing that in all 4 corners of the country. And I can mention 2 states, Piauí and Maranhão, that were ranking last in terms of Human Development Index. And now they are having a fantastic progress. They are very, very competitive on grain production, and all of that, in conclusion, all of that happened in a period of 50 years. And by the way, soybeans, which is really our breadbasket, is our bedrock. It was commercially introduced in Brazil back in 1914 or 1910. Nobody really knows the exact date, but it was in Lima, Rio Grande do Sul, close to Santa Barbara. That's where, for the first time, soybean was introduced in Brazil. It was a Chinese product for over 5,000 years, but it started its saga in Brazil, in Rio Grande do Sul, southern Brazil. And then 100 years later, we are the largest soybean producer. We are the largest exporter of soybeans. This is our cornerstone in terms of our balance. Soybean is really integrated in Brazil. And soybean has really improved our social and economic level and our infrastructure in the country. So that's agribusiness for you. And I'm telling you just from the last 50 years. If you still have some time for me, Callan, I would like to talk about 2021 and 22 and the next 10 years down the road. Exactly. Please, Mr. Herman, do so, because Paulo brought to us, to Luis and to João, the underpinning. He just told us what made Brazil become this superpower in the ag business. And he gave us some very clear scenario that, we are not at the end of this movement. On the contrary, it seems like we are in the middle of a very thriving and positive cycle. What comes down the road in 2022, 2025, 2030? What is your opinion? What do you see in terms of what is going to happen? Well, Callan, when I speak to my friends abroad, to my folks from John Deere internationally, everybody is concerned, concerned in a good way. But, Brazilian farmers are leery of us because we are direct competitors. And I always tell them, folks, if you speak in Formula One terms, in Brazil, we just did the warm-up. We are just warming up our tires. Don't think that we started racing yet. We are just warming up. We are just doing that warm-up lap. We created the infrastructure. We learned how to dominate the tropical soils, which is a very difficult animal. Agriculture around the world has always been done in temperate, cold climates. Tropics had never done much. But all of that has changed. We are just in the warm-up. So 2021, what is happening right now? Now there's been a sudden boom in the agribusiness. Now, essentially, I can tell you three things, Callan. The first one is this. Asian countries that always used to work with very regular stocks in terms of consumption and stocks, they didn't have a lot of carryover. They were not interested in that. And they were taken aback by COVID. So how come overnight you have a lockdown, complete lockdown in Brazil? That's how they think about it. So they have to increase their stocks. They cannot have lack of food security. There are countries that never bought from Brazil that are now buying. We have millions of dollars being bought, and in 2021, it's going to increase even more. So that's the first point. The Asian countries, they have money and they have the hunger. So they are increasing their stocks. So the second thing is this, and that gets reflected in the Chicago Board of Trade. So we saw soybeans going over $14 per bushel, which is about 170 BRL. If you convert it to reais, we are talking about over $5 per bushel of corn. I mean, $4 is a heck of a price, let alone $5 per bushel. So all of that creates this situation. We are operating way above the averages on the Chicago Board of Trade. So that's another thing. And the third thing is the exchange rate. If the exchange rate is above 5 BRL, our growers make a lot of money. So we have roughly 5 or 6 BRL per $1. Anything above 5 is great for us when you do the math. And the fourth aspect is that since we have an inflation around 3 or 4% and the basic interest rate in the country is 2%, all the financial assets, all the shares that all the bonds that used to be very attractive are now not yielding great. Not when you compare with the inflation, with the economic reality, but when you compare to agriculture. So growers are now focusing on technology in the field. So they are buying machinery, they are improving their seed technology, they are improving their molecular technology, They are doing good management. Now we are talking about connection, connectivity, how we can get everyone connected, all the fleets online, and how to connect all this ecosystem. So we are going into an amazing year. That's 21. Now 22 is going to be even better. Because you see, a lot of the product that we are harvesting today and we are still going to harvest, this product hasn't been sold to the prices that are being traded right now. They were sold back then. They were sold at 80, 90 reals, if you talk about the soybean prices. Now, 20% of the season next year, which hasn't been planted yet, was sold forward. So we are talking about 2022 as being a very great year. This is going to be yet another year where we are going to have a strong economic activity in the field. And it's really interesting for us to understand something. This money, this surplus, this balance here in Brazil, this money is not restricted to the business hubs. It's really in the countryside. And that's what is interesting. We are generating an activity here. We are generating a very important economic superpower in all across the Brazilian ag scenario, not only concentrated in the capitals and the financial capitals in Brazil. Yes, if you want to conclude, sir. You actually asked a question about the next 10 years, right? So please, allow me to ask for some help from the production folks. I knew you were going to ask this question, so I have 2 slides, if I may. Whenever we meet with Calendar, you gotta be ready. You gotta be on your toes. In the best way, Kellen. Right, so I brought you this graph to illustrate it. And this graph tells a story. This story starts back in the 1970s, right? And we bring it over to this year, right? To the current year where we are harvesting. So take a look at it. Let's focus on that line you see, where you see the number 270. You see the white line over there? So that's the current year. That's the 2021 season, 21, 22. We are harvesting 170 million tons, and we are planting many hectares. So 150 years ago, that was back then. We were doing 137 million hectares and 37 million tons. So look at that. This is the Brazilian agribusiness for you. Let me see the graph again, because there is one piece of information that we have to focus on. This growth back in the 1970s, we were harvesting almost 1 ton per hectare. And now look at our current growth here. This growth has generated an economy. I mean, our technology that Marcelo was talking about, we are generating an economy of 150 million hectares. Because we started producing on the same area, right? So now we have the second crop, we have better yield, we have more technology, etc. So we have a beautiful story to tell. For the activists that are always on our case, we can tell you, look, our technology is now saving 150 million hectares, because if we continued with the same yield, we would have to add on acreage. We would have to add an additional 150 million hectares. So that's one. So that takes me to your question, Callan. What is going to happen in the next 10 years? I am of the belief, and I believe this strongly, and the company which I preside has the same vision. I actually got a study that was commissioned by the Ministry of Agriculture. And there were many institutions involved. People from university, people from research institutions, corporate institutes, and together, all these associations did an estimation for the ag business in the next 10 years in Brazil. We're talking all the way to 2030. And there are 2 numbers here. Here's what they say. In a very realistic way, Brazil may produce 300 million tons of grains in 2030. 300 million tons of grains in 2030. And in a very optimistic view, 350 million tons. So look at the production this year, 270 and change, right? I don't have the precise number, this is just rounding up, so 270. Well, from 270 to 350, do you think that's going to take us 10 years? So yeah, this is the number here from a consultant, which I trust very much, who is Carlos Cogo. Carlos is saying that Brazil is going to produce 400 million tons, Callan, 400 million tons of grains in 10 years' time. And we are only going to use 81 million hectares. In other words, he is saying, and I believe I subscribe to that theory, that we are only going to have a 20% increase in the current acreage with a 50% jump in our production. That's Brazilian agribusiness. This is our country for you. And those are the opportunities for those that want to invest in serious companies like 3tentos. Thank you so much, Paulo Herman. Thank you so much for bringing this scenario all the way from the foundation, from the underpinnings of Brazilian agriculture to the 2021 numbers and all this prosperity that we observed in the Brazilian ag business. And this cycle is going to remain in the next years, right? Reaching incredible numbers like the one you just showed us. An increase in production based on technology, using the acreage that we already have. So this is an agriculture that is sustainable. So thank you so much, sir. I would like to know if João and Luis would like to make a comment. Absolutely, Paulo. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you for sharing the information, your experience, your broad knowledge in agriculture. You are a very passionate professional, just like 3tentos is for agriculture. And I'm really happy that at this point we are sharing this information with our potential investors. You know, this is the information, this is the potential. This is what we can do as a country, as an agricultural superpower, and we are focused on development. We are focused on innovation, and our management is ever more modern, secure, and we know that by 2050, we are going to have 9 billion people in the world, and these people are going to have to eat healthily. So I am sure that 3tentos and John Deere, we are going to be here and we're going to do our share. So thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you, Paulo. It's really inspiring to listen to your words. Just like Luis said, we are undergoing a very important moment. So a message like yours and your vision on the agribusiness, is really very inspiring. It motivates us to continue to invest in the Brazilian agribusiness and continue to invest in the country and to continue to look for that with the rural growers. You know, we want to evolve and capture the opportunity. So thank you so much. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you, Luis, for the invitation. Callan, before I leave and before I conclude my bit, I just want to make something clear. When Luis invited me to partake in this event, I accepted immediately because I have great information about 3tentos and I hold this family in very high regard. So I am here to just share my testimony. There is no business connection here. John Deere is not a partner with 3tentos or the other way around. On the contrary, John Deere is really interested in putting a lot of green in 3tentos videos, in putting a lot of our machinery in their fields. That's going to happen for sure. Yes, so I can see a major opportunity here. We can go together on this one. Absolutely. Let's hope it's like that. Paulo Herman, thank you so much for being with us. Have a great year and see you next time. I would like to say a big thank you to João and Luis, and we'll be back shortly. We're going to see Paulo Herman later, so it's always a nice lecture, a lot of information and positive vibes about the Brazilian field.
We're extremely happy to be able to begin today with this kind of energy, this knowledge. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break to, right after that, begin an immersion into the business segments that 3tentos has put together throughout the years. We'll come back shortly. Thank you.
Eu tenho orgulho, assim, de poder ter esse bom entendimento com a 3tentos. Tudo bem, na hora de negociar alguma coisa, é um negócio sério, como tem que ser em qualquer outro lugar. Mas envolve uma certa amizade junto também, sabe? Não é que exista um favorecimento em cima disso aí. Mas a partir do momento que tu tá tratando um assunto sério com um amigo teu lá, com um parceiro, que tu tem uma confiança, que tu tem um bom entendimento, todo o negócio sai melhor, né? E isso é o que me dá segurança de trabalhar com a 3tentos. É isso que eu gosto de sentar na frente do gerente, de um consultor, ou até mesmo do próprio dono da 3tentos tratar de algum assunto. Cara, a gente é bem correspondido.
Estamos de volta.
We are back to dive deeply into 3tentos businesses. It's important to point out that all of the business journeys interaction, the company's interaction, begins with the inputs retail section. This was the first operation of 3tentos through the production in trading of seeds and processing and trading of seeds. We will call those in charge of the retail operation. Ben-Hur Fione is here with us, and João Marcelo Domoncello, our CEO. Welcome, Ben-Hur. Welcome. Good morning, Kellen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. João Marcelo is going to continue here with us. So now I'm going to focus the first question over to you, João Marcelo. Can you share with us a bit about the 3tentos inputs retail operation? Yes, as we mentioned before, 3tentos, through our 40 stores spread throughout Rio Grande do Sul, that's where we put together the agricultural retail operation. 3tentos works with the 3 key agricultural inputs. So beginning with the seed, that's where everything begins. Soybean seed, corn seed, wheat seed, rice seed. Going through fertilizers, through resale, and the production of our own brand as well. And moving over to crop protection so that we can also reach that area. So we're focused on over 17,000 clients, customers that we work with at 3tentos. So the big figures, we have that figure for clients. We have a number of over 120 business consultants, as we call them. These are agricultural engineers, most of them, that are there with clients on a daily basis, the clients we sell inputs to. So 3tentos covers over 120 counties in Rio Grande do Sul, municipalities, and working with a business model, a structure where we have the sales of inputs, the service side, the receiving of grains, all at the same site, making it more convenient. It's a one-stop shop, for the farmer. It is a key market. That's where everything begins. 3tentos began, as we saw in the timeline. We were seed growers, seed producers. That's what kicked off, that's what got us started into this entire structure that we put together in 25 years. And from there on, we added other inputs, feeling sure that the integration of inputs into other businesses and being able to bring a technological package, your value proposition, bringing it all, that was the best alternative. João and Kelly, just segueing into this image that we see here, in a way, it represents much more than a simple logistics structure, as João mentioned. It makes it more convenient for clients. It's well thought, where it's allocation, bringing convenience, not over just to our clients, but bringing this structure of quickly reacting in terms of delivering the inputs and grains and seeds, but also looking at the highway infrastructure, the roadways, the railways. So it represents, in a broader sense, our concept of omni-channel. It's many points of context that we have with our clients that brings this closeness, this assurance, this reliability. We are close with a structure for inputs when they need it, in the same way with a structure that is available to deliver the seeds, the grains during the crop season. Yes, especially during the pandemic, we saw how this robustness, the logistics, ensured the delivery of inputs at the right time, the storage of grains, even to enjoy the peak of pricing. So, Ben-Hur, can you tell us a bit more about how you see the 3tentos inputs retail market? Do you believe the ecosystem is a uniqueness, or every product has its advantage? Kellen, we're here, saying the backdrop, we see the three main inputs. But no question, when we see, Paulo with his prior testimonial, showing the potential that Brazilian agriculture has, and looking at the 3tentos origin, the seeds were the first big business. So I'd like to break down actually to, bring each one of these items, bring some of the uniqueness that we have. And when we add all of this uniqueness in every item, every process, throughout every 3tentos in the ecosystem, we start being much more unique than the key competitors we have in the Brazilian marketplace. So I want to ask you for a bit of time, but I want to start through the seed. That's the root, that's the origin. But we have two production sites today, totally focused on ensuring and maintaining grain quality, seed quality. We have a lab structure that ensures frequent and continuous analysis of the production that we're processing. We have a highly trained technical consultant structure, which also, sets us in the top position in terms of selling seeds. So we produce seeds, we process in our own brands, soybean and wheat. Over 70% of our volume we trade with our customers. And it's not just a big advantage, it's more profitable, brings more profitability. I can use this uniqueness, this differentiation with the farmers and access that I have to the end consumer. So this is a process that was begun from the beginning. Seeds that are focused on quality, and it's already recognized as such in the marketplace. So we can associate our distribution capillarity throughout the state, and we are effective in also associating to best seasons, best crops, in which areas, soil condition, at technological levels that our clients have where they're planting. And so, wrapping up the slide, the genetic foundation. We're going to talk about fertility. We're going to talk about inputs and research, but the genetic foundation is strong. So, when we see this strong move of companies that work with seeds, adding a lot of innovation based on biotechnology, to be right there in the first step, production, no doubt, that is a differential, that is a uniqueness, considering that biotechnology up ahead will promote a more integrated solution. So I'll get the seed, my input, and make that a more effective solution for my end client. So working in all parts. It's one more little piece of differentiation. So it's interesting. You deal with all of this whole. I want to know how this works in real life. We saw the advantages, but I'd like for you to make it a bit more clear how this whole process takes place in real life, in practice. Kellen, we're going to show that on this slide. That question is represented right there. It shows us the day-to-day, our client's journey in 3tentos. But to get there, if we could please go back to the prior slide, because in that chain, I mentioned the genetic foundation. The second point we want to show is fertilizers. We also created a model where we work with the key domestic players, especially developing and fostering the use of special formulas in terms of added value features. But we also work with our own mix or mixing. So we have access to large players, fertilizer producers, and we work with more commoditized products in the fertility sector. And we wrap it up with a reverse logistics associated to our capacity of delivery of meal at the port. We bring fertilizers all the way to the areas where we have the facilities. Again, our convenience of being close to the growers, to the farmers. There's logistics structure that takes the grain, the meal, and brings the fertilizer back. So it generates a unique competitiveness. So adding the relevance that we have among domestic providers and production of fertilizers. So we are also working with the world technology of fertilizers and logistic efficiency. We can build a very appropriate solution technically and financially viable to our customers. And then we come with crop protection. So we're going to talk about this whole chain. That's where 3tentos tried to bring its uniqueness in this DNA to seek quality, differentiation, professionalism. So we try to take another step, investing in training highly qualified professionals to get the information from the supplier, from the market, from our surveys, and implementing a solution. That is a uniqueness today. We have maybe one of the best research and development centers in this industry in Brazil, trying to be ahead of the curve, anticipating positions that may contribute in increases of yield, crop yield, in an assertive way, regionalized, analyzing the interaction of the weather, the product, the soil, the profile of that client in that region. So no doubt, it brings relevance to our suppliers as well. That's where another concept comes into play. Our supplier strategy follows a strategy in terms of size and importance, but complementing our portfolio. So that focus, this relevance that we can provide our supplier associated to our implementation capacity for new products, new technologies, that is valuable. Valuable to the relationship, to the trust that it generates in terms of acquisition and purchasing, but the positioning that we have with our clients. And the technical foundation, no doubt, having a highly engaged team, highly committed team with those concepts, with the company culture, that makes a big difference. But to make it a bit clearer, maybe, trying to bring it a more all-encompassing way, I would like to call Felipe Copetti, our technical manager. That'll break it down a bit more into details, how we work in terms of research, research development and innovation, Santa Barbara, but we have centers also, so 52 hectares area. So it's a 4-minute video, quick, but it's going to detail a bit more the daily routine of 3tentos research to generate adequate solutions to our clients. Let's watch the video.
Eu me chamo Felipe Copetti, eu estou como gerente técnico.
Hello, I'm Felipe Copetti. I'm the coordinator for the research development and innovation team. as 3tentos has a demand for sustainable results, we have to restructure the technical support model. That's why 3tentos invests in research, development, and innovation through a robust, dedicated and trained team. The program develops hundreds of experiments with a multi-crop view in different lines of research to deliver integrated and customized solutions to growers. Research. The entire experimental development is done in different areas throughout the state. The headquarters is in Santa Bárbara do Sul, our technological center. There are also research areas called the Apollo areas, Pelotas, Santa Maria, and Entre Rios. We also have research protocols in our client farmers' properties. In the 2020-2021 season, both the trials that have been done and those that are taking place, 4,700 plots focused on biological products to discover, adapt, and integrate the biological product in most sustainable management techniques for agriculture. We also lead 1,200 plots in the areas in 150 protocols of research in farmers. All of these experiments, these plots, require a lot of dedication, qualified team, and to ensure that it's high quality work and the analysis are truly relevant, we develop relationships with basically the entire scientific community, researchers, where we have the technical brotherhood, sort of say, and actions with suppliers to analyze pipelines, accelerating the process of launching new products, anticipating demand generation, partnerships with universities through a internship program, in also publications in academic seminars, international seminars, and also with government research agencies as Embrapa and Pecuária Sul, where we jointly research the management for water hemp resistance. So we also participate in national cooperative trials for wheat disease. It may not seem so, but agriculture is complex due to the millions of interactions of biotic and non-biotic factors, and that's why research many times is reactive. And so to anticipate scenarios and trends, our research development innovation program works with digital tools, whether third-party or developed by our digital agriculture team. Such tools have as a goal for us to be more active, to work during this crop, during this season, with data from this season, and not just historical data, education and training. All of the data and results obtained are publicized in many different ways. The key ways of publicizing is team training and technical team visitation to the farms to discuss every plot, the solutions, the technology best applicable. And all of this is offered to the customers, to suppliers, to researchers, so that we can share what is collected in those areas and enriching technical discussions. Professionalism. So with all of that, we supply viable solutions for agricultural sustainable development through the transfer of knowledge to reach higher yields using the same resources, balancing efficiency, profitability, and sustainability. Great. Let's go to Ben-Hur's comments. So Ben-Hur, where should we focus now? We sought, it's not enough time to talk about so many cool things that we do. But what Felipe just mentioned, that's in our DNA. It's difficult to quantify the passion that he speaks with, and he brings information about all this work. But it's on a daily basis. this care, but the professionalism, the high degree of professionalism in each step, in each process, in all the solutions we provide. So I think it was very interesting to bring this video showing the technology side, because that's part of our daily grind. That's part of our daily routine. And now back to your question, Kellen. In the next slide that you probably see now. So let me ask the question again, if someone doesn't remember. I asked how we see the practical side of all of that. How does that take place in real life? Yeah, on the daily basis, the relationship with clients. So we try to put together a simplified graph, but bringing the main inputs. Obviously, other competitors also have to sell, but I want to point out that these differentiations, these uniqueness that we developed, either in the capacity of our facilities or the relationship we have with suppliers, generate uniqueness. When you come to the store, highly distributed, trying to generate convenience to our clients, and with a robust structure, management, highly trained consultants, and with great interaction with the other areas in the infrastructure. So then we've got an experience. It's a unique experience for every client. And there's highly structured work underlying all that, identifying characteristics and needs that our clients have in our portfolio, so that from a large portfolio of services, we can determine the best solution to this client. So that work gets us to be more assertive in terms of the value proposition we deliver, the product proposition, and linking with their need. As you can see, the cycle, it's generating a structure, an effective solution to receive the product that is generated from this relationship of selling inputs, soybean, corn, rice, everything that is produced from this experience that they have with a 3tentos store. Obviously, they have the interaction, the opportunity to bring their questions, their anxieties, knowing that there are highly qualified and trained professionals with knowledge, with information, and a reliable company to support those needs and generate convenience over to them.
Thank you very much, Benhur. We're going to be back in a moment. I just remind you all watching that you can participate. In a minute, Benhur and João Marcelo are going to answer to your questions. So please make sure you send them to this number. So now I'll hand it over to João Marcelo. Well, João, we saw all the structure that supports the growers, just like Benhur described. So does that reflect in concrete results for the company? Absolutely. All the process and all the technical aspect is very solid, is very focused in the company, and the objective with all of that is to take our technical proposal to our farmers, right? How does that differ from all the other companies in the market? So we do a combination between our suppliers, and we take a look at each supplier because they have their single value proposal for the growers. So they have their line of products, and they try to access the grower through the retail process. And so we have very few initiatives, almost no initiatives do what 3tentos do, which is to combine and converge solutions. So you get a bunch of seed suppliers, you get a bunch of fertilizer suppliers, a bunch of crop protection solutions, and what you do is you work with all of these solutions to present the best proposal, and you're able to fine-tune with that. And you don't have to use one single line necessarily. So I think that absolutely this is the differential that provides us with this technical steam, and that gets imparted to our team, and we are able to take this technical proposal and this productivity proposal to our customers. Now, if you look at the graph that we have here on the screen now, what you see here is a representation of customers that have been with us for a while, right? This is our loyal customer base. At least 50% of our customer base has been with us since 2017. So that's how recurrent our customers are. They are still buying with us, and they are increasing their buys with 3tentos. So we have many indicators. We have a lot of measurements for that throughout the cycle. Here's what that gives us, really. That makes us feel sure that we are actually delivering a value proposal, and it's working out for the customer. And besides all of the development bit, we have a program that is called Produzir Mais, which is Portuguese for producing more, where we do a validation with a very broad customer base. We validate our technical proposal and we compare it to the market and the competitors. And we've been doing that measurement for 6 years now. Throughout this cycle, throughout those 6 years, every year we had a differentiated result. Year in, year out, we had a higher percentage of yield and gain. And if I may, João, to comment further on that, I think that one quote that we always repeat in our day-to-day is that we have to make our customers work out. So we work so that our customers' businesses can work out. That creates a reciprocity, that creates a good relationship, and that really makes sure that that recurrence happens, right? We have recurrent business because of it. This is ingrained in our DNA as well, this way to do business. And this concern of generating solutions that are highly efficient, that are highly safe, and that are highly lucrative. Myself, as a journalist that specializes in the agribusiness, I've been to 3tentos and I've participated in those events, and those customers just packed the house. It wasn't dozens, it was hundreds of rural growers that were out there in the 3tentos events looking for a better relationship, and they were present because there is this trust culture, just like you said. I'm just giving you my personal testimony because I've seen it firsthand. Great. Shall we continue? So let's get to the first Q&A session. By the way, you can still send your questions to this number. I already have 2 questions here. So let's start. Questions and answers about inputs. So question number 1. How did the suppliers, the input suppliers, respond to the expansion plans of 3tentos? So Benhur and João are going to answer that one. I can take this one because I have a direct contact with all of our suppliers on the day-to-day, and their response was outstanding. They even encouraged it in a very consistent way, because this is something that we have been doing for the last 25 years, really. Year in and year out, we are going through an expansion, and our suppliers have been great. They have been excellent partners and very optimistic in this movement. Of course, that we are taking a more robust step now, and this was no different, really. It's clear that they are completely interested and completely committed for us to take this model, this partnership, this proximity model in a more comprehensive way. So it's great to see the supplier's response. We were really welcomed and embraced by it. And just to add on to that, I think it's important to say that for almost all suppliers, they've been with us from day one at 3tentos. So we had a 25-year relationship. This is proof that 3tentos delivers value to their suppliers as well. Just like we have a great relationship with our customers, just like we have recurrence in our buyers, our suppliers also come back and we foster this relationship. They trust us, and we have proved that our expansion is consistent. We really generate that demand. We take the technology. We take a different proposal to our growers, right? We take a proposal that generates value for them. And us as a business, both us and our supplier side, we are able to deliver that. We are able to have that connection. Very well. So let's get to the next question here. I have it here on my phone. Here's the question. I've always thought that the input retail business was a very working capital intensive activity. Can you explain a little more how working capital works? So let's see the answer. Well, actually, in terms of the input retail business, it's really a neutral operation. Companies and suppliers, they mostly finance, right? They mostly finance their input purchases. So farmers that buy from 3tentos, they buy roughly 50% of our sales is financed for the season, right? So at the same measurement, or if we would like, it could be even more, we are able to attain the same level of financing from our suppliers. So all the working capital that we need, we get it. And this is financed by the suppliers themselves. So in this sense, this is, for us, is neutral. Or if it's not, if it demands some capital, it's definitely according to the opportunity and it's always focused on having a financial gain. Very well. So yes, I would like to thank Benhur and João Marcelo and all of you who have participated in the first round of our Q&A. Now we are going to have a very brief interval, and we are coming back later to talk about grains. So see you in a bit.
A minha história, a história da propriedade com a 3tentos começou no ano de 2008, quando a 3tentos se instalou aqui na cidade de Juí. A 3tentos acreditou na nossa propriedade, acreditou na nossa família, no nosso trabalho. Eu comecei a faculdade, passando por dificuldades financeiras, a minha família, e a 3tentos nos deu apoio.
Sempre, quando assim tive doença da minha mãe, teve coisa, e eu tive que me ausentar, até daí a 3tentos cuidou, ajudou até a cuidar da minha lavoura, tive que ausentar 40 dias, e além disso, me deu condições financeiras para mim ficar junto com a minha mãe em Porto Alegre, né, um tempo de doença dela, né, e então a 3tentos me ajudou, naquela vez me cuidou, ajudou a cuidar da minha lavoura e me deu a oportunidade de eu ir cuidar a minha mãe numa época que ela teve que fazer cirurgia.
Na safra 2014-2015, a gente foi convidado pela 3tentos, aí junto com o departamento técnico, o gerente, o André Bigolin e a Silene, a participar do primeiro desafio Produzir Mais. Foi aí que a gente viu o reconhecimento que a 3tentos teve com a nossa propriedade, dessa ajuda.
Muito bom conhecer essas histórias, né?
It's great to learn these stories, right? So we are back here for another panel after we heard a little bit from the retail line and how that is appealing to growers through all of the technical expertise. And the next step is to generate and to sell the grower's production. So we have here Luis Augusto with us. He is the Director of Commodities, and he is in charge of that side of the operation. We also have Luis Osorio, who is the CEO. I would like to greet Luis once again, and Luis Augusto, welcome. Good morning, Callan. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of us, all of you who are watching here. It's great to be here. Thank you, likewise. So the first question goes to you, Luis Osorio. We would like to know how you started the grain operation at 3tentos. Please tell us a little bit about that. And within this ecosystem, what are the main points of relationship with the grower? Grain started back in 1995, along with the seed development process. Paulo Herman touched on that process a little bit. Genetic breeding was taking place, all these novelties on seeds. So with the grower, we did a lot of barter. So we were exchanging seeds for grains. Now, early on, to this day, I'm very passionate about the grain business and about the balance of supply, demand, and production, not only in southern Brazil, but all over the world. I take a look at the business constantly. I always have my mind on it. And back when we first started, in the first year of 3tentos, we started identifying some things. We realized that the grain is the outcome of all the work, whether it's corn, wheat, or soybeans. It's the outcome of the dedication of growers families. So when they harvest well, when they get good volumes, and when they start working with the information that is really able to help them in the decision-making process, when to sell, how to sell, or when to hold the production, when to dilute sales, when to sell during peaks, it's great. And we always try to mitigate risk as much as possible. So 3tentos stepped into the market along with the farmers, our customers, and we want to see them work out, like we say. So we got into the grain market to help our growers pan out, have success, to sell well. And of course, for that to happen, we went looking for all the tools available in terms of learning, information, and connection. When we first started, we were getting calls to ask about Chicago and the stock exchange, So today you have that information on your mobile phone. You can see what the stock exchange is doing, $14, $11 per bushel, and it's 5.6 BRL for $1. And growers have this information. Now the information is much more democratic. And 3tentos was one of the pioneers that made it happen. Today we work with a lot of confidence. We know that grains are from the grower, and the decision is made by the grower as well. So we developed and we reached a very solid structure to be able to cater to our customers. Great. I'm going to hear from you in a second again. Now the next question is for Luis Augusto. Tell us, how is 3tentos set up today to work with the large volumes of grains that it receives and industry products? Right. I can even add on to what Luis Osorio just said. In the grain business, growers have to be confident enough to know where to sell their production. This is definitely the most important pillar for the chain. So the way we are set up, we are structured in such a way that we are able to receive large volumes during the growing season. This is really the period where growers are celebrating. This is that sacred moment where farmers are out there harvesting the results of their hard work that they put in before that cycle. So us, as a business, we are in there, we are close to them, we are ready to go. So folks are harvesting their crop and bringing it to 3tentos, and we have to receive that crop in the best way possible, unload the grains, and give it the okay so we can go into the cycle and continue on. So our static capacity structure counts on over 900,000 tons. We have a very important strategic point to be able to store all of that production in the best way possible. And growers trust 3tentos to make sure that they can deliver their production. And besides, our logistic capacity, our logistic efficiency is very important. We have 2 rail lines in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, in 2 of the best points of the growing region, and that makes us very competitive with great logistics so we can transport the grains and the industry products. We also have our own truck fleet. Today we have 73 trucks, and these trucks help us go through the entire flow because it's large volumes of grains. As Paulo Herman mentioned, this volume has been increasing every year. So every year, it's a challenge to be able to accommodate all of that production. But undoubtedly, trust, soundness, and just the relationship we have with our growers, that's the main point. All of that structure is set up for us to receive and transport these grains. Thank you, Luis Augusto. I'll be back with you in a second. Now, we are going to the city of Ijuí in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where we have our manager, Andre, and he's going to tell us the day-to-day of a unity at 3tentos. I am the manager of the retail stores of Ijuí and different cities here in the state. Our team is comprised by 9 field consultants, and the dynamics of negotiation happens with that team. And it happens in 2 ways, either in the farm of our customers, where consultants pay a visit to growers' farms, or here in our retail store. This is where it also takes place. So the negotiation is done. After it's done, growers are then assisted. They receive the consultancy from our team. And this consultancy expands through the crop cycle all the way to harvesting. So we have a lot of interaction back and forth between our customers and consultants, because our consultants, basically, they keep tabs on growers' farms, they provide the guidance, they suggest management practices, the right products, time for application, and they do all of that with the objective of extracting the most yield from the growers' farms. And that happens all the way to the end of the crop cycle. And harvesting is really the celebration of it all. Our consultants continue their work to that point until the grains get to 3tentos. I always say that 3tentos is like the grower's bank. They have a cost to finance their farm, and the result of that cost, what is left from that grain, they bring it over to 3tentos, and we do our side. We work as if we were the growers' banks. So this is a very important process to us, and it allows us to get to the next growing season with a good opportunity of having great business once again, exchanging inputs for grains, originating more grains, and selling more inputs. I always say that grains buy inputs, and inputs sell grains. So that's sort of the cycle that we have here in our process and our day-to-day at 3tentos.
Thank you, André, for sharing with us your experience. To bring the current grains market into context, we're going to talk live to Eduardo Sanchez, risk consultant from StoneX. Eduardo, welcome. Good morning, Kellen. Good morning, everyone. It's a huge pleasure participating in such an important day here, 3tentos Day. I have great feelings for 3tentos. And let's share a bit of the scenario that is drawing out in the short term. Talking about the market, we can spend hours talking about it, but in a short amount of time, bring what we see ahead for the 2021 cycle, but especially for those who are watching us, bring in-depth knowledge of the soybean chain in Brazil. So feel free, Eduardo. I'm going to share with you a few slides so that it's easier to understand the presentation, but very much aligned to what Paulo Hermann had mentioned. The world needs us. The world needs food. Post-COVID, the search for food has increased significantly based on emerging economies seeking to store products. And if you take a snapshot of offer and global offer and demand for soybean, it's important to mention that this is what the market lives out of. The foundation of the Chicago Stock Exchange lives out of offer and demand. And it's delicate, the global storage condition today. If you look at 2020, the outlook for 2021, we had basically the demand higher than what was offered in terms of products. So there's a global production deficit in 2020. It came to 17 million tons. 2021, of course, lots of things are still to be defined. The Brazilian season and South American season, but the deficit is still there. Folks are going to ask, why isn't it even more complicated if we're in a deficit condition of soybean in the marketplace? But as Paulo mentioned, there are global stocks, inventory. If you look at the global inventory, it's relatively comfortable. This is data from the U.S. Agricultural Department, Department of Agriculture in the U.S. And so I'm going to show you that the Brazilian stocks were, in 2020, we had never seen such tight stocks, low stocks. The U.S. with a high demand post commercial trade agreement, they came strong into the demand for and the Chinese consumption. So the Department of Agriculture in the U.S. Estimates that they're going over to China. We're not sure if it's a real figure, but That's a point of attention. That's where the point of concern and a market foundation. If you look at the ratio of the current demand for soybeans and what we have in storage today around the world to supply this demand, it's one of the lowest in the last few years. So I like to say, and a lot has been said about commodity bubbles, the bubbles in the soybean market. I don't believe that because we have a foundation. The demand is active. We need production. We saw issues in the U.S. production. Brazil has recovered, and that's the segue into the next slide. The expectation of our crop of our season, those are the U.S. Department of Agriculture figures. We're going to harvest 133 million tons. However, we know, and you know, Kellen, you track all of this. We have a low percentage of harvest considering the prior year. We suffered a lot of rain in the north of the country and the west. So the quality of this soybean, it is necessary for us to harvest all of this high volume of grains. So those who are watching here and they have an understanding of the soybean market, Brazil is peaking as the key soybean production, the U.S., the second largest producer, and Argentina, that's also going through issues right now, where there's a bit of insecurity about the size of their crop because they suffered a lot with lack of rain. There's an expectation from the Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is going to give us an expectation of the the Argentinian yield will fall a bit more and will require not just a lot of Brazilian soybean for the foreign trade market, but soy meal. Argentina is the #1 exporter for soybean meal, but any issues in the Argentinian crop will require exports of our production in terms of soybean meal, which will be beneficial to the market. And as we're talking about the 3tentos ecosystem, the chain that it works in, this snapshot, this picture, it shows the entire chain of supply and demand in the Brazilian market. To me, this is basically 3tentos ecosystem. If we look at the year and the 2020 production cycle, Brazil harvested 124.5 million tons. Indeed, we imported soybean. The demand was so high in the domestic market that Brazil started importing soybean from Paraguay. The Brazilian crushing was around 46.5 million tons. And then record exports of 83 million tons in the U.S. with low stocks. So Brazil started catering to the Chinese market, which was catered by the U.S. mainly, considering that the place for purchase and availability of products was Brazil. If we look at the Brazilian production cycle in 2020, we are beginning 2021 with the tightest inventory ever seen in history. It's a delicate situation? Yes and no. Delicate in terms of product availability. However, it is a fortuitous opportunity in terms of price. You know, the Brazilian farmers have been increasing their yield and everything, and companies that work in the soybean crushing market as well. So what's the goal here, Callan? Showing that the 2021, these are estimates for 2021. We're still analyzing. Maybe Brazil will 133.5, 132 million tons. We're not really sure, but the fact is we need a high offer of soybean in the domestic market in Brazil because no doubt we will have an expansion of soybean crushing. Let me quickly explain. I will explain in the next slide about the crushing. But the increase in crushing comes right off the bat with an increase of the biodiesel mix in diesel. We're going to need more soybean crushed to produce biodiesel. So, and as a consequence, more meal, soybean meal. And exports, it's hard to say, but we estimate around 82 million tons. So the folks who are watching us, what's important for you to understand that this dynamic of a Brazilian supply, which is around 134 million tons, where does it go? 61%, rounding off, 61% of Brazilian production is exported. 36% goes into the crushing industry, and 2.8% ends up being stocks. So the question this year is if the 2.8% will be available or will decrease a bit more. My opinion is at the end of the 2021 cycle, we could have an even tighter stock situation than what we forecast today. Moving forward, I just talked about Brazilian exports, soybean exports, record levels. So 75% of Brazilian soybean goes to China. And a lot of people ask, yeah, but aren't we too dependent on the Chinese market? I like to look at the rearview mirror, and think that from 2004-5, what was the Chinese domestic market consumption? What did they represent? It's important to emphasize, I'm not worried about this demand of soybean exports to China because we still have 40% of a 1.4 billion people population that still live out on the fields. The rural exodus began in 2002 when China opened itself, went into the World Trade Organization. But we still have 40% of the Chinese population living in the fields. Okay, population is going to the cities. No doubt the demand will continue. On the side of soybean meal, considering that we export a significant percentage of soybean meal, that's a bit more spread out, diversified. Obviously, some Asian countries, but especially from Rio Grande do Sul, our meal, we cater to the European market through the Rotterdam port. So what am I showing you here? I'm not going to drill down to the percentages and figures, but I want you to understand that 1 grain of soybean, you've seen the soybean, if I process it, we call the crushing industry in English, that's we call it in Brazil. 1 grain of soybean becomes 75% of soybean meal and 18% of oil. Of course, there's the straw and everything. That's how it works. So 75% becomes meal, 18 oil. Out of the volume of meal that is produced in Brazil, so we would get 35 million tons. A significant percentage stays domestically and another part is exported. Maybe half and half. In soybean oil, Brazil is not such a significant player in the global market. We have a production of 8.5 million tons of soybean oil. 1 million is exported. But the high percentage, more than 7 million tons, remain in the domestic market. And this boom in consumption started especially after the biodiesel program. So that is the chain of the soybean industrial market in Brazil. But will we have this demand of meal domestically? No doubt, as Paulo Hermann mentioned, Brazil is the seller of the world. It's the world's breadbasket. And so here's some data for exports for cattle, pork, and poultry and chicken. Brazil last year, even post-pandemic, that's how probably I should say it. It's clear to see the leap we took in terms of animal protein exports to the rest of the world. Animals need to eat, and what do they eat? Feed. It's from soybean meal. So we have to increase the production of animal protein in Brazil and exporting an extremely important large part of vegetable protein as well. And no question, we are right there with the Chinese. If you look at the dotted graph, I hope the folks at home can see it well, but that's the average of meats export, whether poultry, pork, or cattle to China in the last 5 years. So look at last year, the leap we took. And I want to draw your attention, especially to the left side, 2021, how we are also above the average, especially in bovine, in cattle. You know that confinement of cattle is growing, and they need to feed soybean meal. So in the biodiesel market, I just mentioned about the 8.5 million tons that we produce for soybean oil. 7 million basically remain in the domestic market. This graph is extremely interesting for those who are home and are not familiar. From 2008 until now, when we began the biodiesel program in Brazil, we started with a mandatory percentage of 2% of biodiesel mixed in diesel. Today, we're at 13%. We're going to go to 14, 15% by 2023. But I brought the graph to show that the demand, the diesel demand since 2008 has not increased so much. However, the demand for biodiesel to be mixed to diesel has increased 580%. An important point I want to point out. I said we're going to increase 1% of the mix. The following year, going to 15%. So there are bills moving through Congress to increase even more. But for every 1% that you increase, the mix percentage requires from 2.5 to 2.8 million tons of soybean, extra tons. So it's this fight between food and fuel, but at the same time that we're using soybean to produce fuel, we have soybean meal that is feeding the world, feeding animals to produce animal protein to be exported and consumed domestically. And wrapping up this interesting graph, we should look at the global biofuel demand. It's a growing demand. It's there's no way back. If you look since 1991 until now, human use of oils in food grew, but the use of vegetable oils, palm oil, soybean oil, for biodiesel increased 1,000%. So, as Paulo mentioned, as you have presented so well, Brazilian market will continue to feed the world. This entire ecosystem that the company is part of is a unique chain for many in Brazil, and I'm happy to participate here, being able to contribute. Thank you, Eduardo, for your presentation. Thank you for bringing this overview, not just of what's happening in 2021, but the forecast for the future. Luis, first, Eduardo, thank you so much for being here with us. I want to say that 3tentos and StoneX have been together since 2004, where you offer us a view of world market, Brazilian market and local market, helping us to work on hedging. You know, we work daily on that, and this assurance of the market. And we exude this to farmers. So since 2004 in Chicago, always hedging, protecting, so that farmers, growers have this assurance of having a defined price and market price to be paid for their grains. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Luis. Eduardo Sanchez, thank you very much. And I want to open the floor back to you, Luis Augusto. What dots can you connect there from what Eduardo talked about the market and what happens in 3tentos day to day? Kellen, Eduardo brought us a very clarifying view, macro view. I want to talk more specifically now about what we at 3tentos, what we do in Rio Grande do Sul state. Beginning on this slide that you see there, 3tentos began its activities in that circle region there, Ijuí, Cruz Alta. That's the birth of soybean in Rio Grande do Sul and Brazil. It's a birthplace. So that's the key producing area in the state. moreover, this is a region that way back at the beginning of production, the trading companies worked very much there. Now they went more to the port, but today we took charge of this area of the state, receiving grains from farmers and processing most of them. So the feed plants also expanded. It's an important milk production area also. So the milk cattle is important there. We sell a lot of corn meal to the same farmers that buy the inputs. So it's one more point of connection in this ecosystem that we're mentioning here today. And so it generates a repeat business, recurring business in the activities. We also talked about the railways. So you see there the Rio Grande port, where most of our corn meal is traded through. Okay, so we can move to the next screen. And right here, we see the summary of what we do out in the field. And on the left, you see the sourcing foundation, the possibilities of buying that we have from farmers, the origins of wheat and corn. Most it's done through bartering. So we provide inputs to growers and they settle the account with the grains. We also get the surplus of the production, and in the case of wheat and corn, 100% goes to trading, whether exports or domestic market consumption. In the case of wheat, over to processing plants and cornmeal, and in the case of corn, foreign and domestic. In the case of soybean, there are two pathways when we source the products from growers. 20% approximately of what is sourced goes to trading. It's a strength of our ecosystem that we can lock our cost with the trading companies. So we buy grains from growers, and at the same time, we sell the product to be working in the most protected way, hedged way for 3tentos and the farmers. The surplus of the sourcing, the other 80%, it's the raw material that we sourced over to the industry at a very competitive price, considering that we source most of it during the season, and when it's processed, we have soybean meal and oil, as Eduardo mentioned. In the case of meal, 40% is destined to the domestic market, and I want to highlight there the our location in the state. We in the same coverage area, we can deliver to pork, swine farmers, poultry farmers, cattle, and they are our clients in inputs as well. And the balance, of the 60% goes to exports, Europe and other Asian countries, such as Eduardo mentioned. In the case of biodiesel, today, 3tentos focuses 100% of soybean oil for biodiesel, which is already part of our national energy grid.
Obrigada, Luiz Augusto.
Thank you so much, Luiz Augusto. Luiz Osorio, please stick with us. Right now, we are going to our Q&A session. So it's time to see what questions you have sent us. And I continue to encourage you to send more questions and engage with us. So here in my mobile, I received the following question. What makes growers deliver grains for 3tentos as opposed to other competitors? Who is going to take this one? I can take this one. Obviously, there is a lot of players in the market that work with grains, but growers trust 3tentos. We haven't built the company for a single season or for a couple of seasons. We always had a short, medium to long-term vision, And in the long term is the relationship with our customers. So the coming of the grower to 3tentos is a natural process, because this is the company that is providing them with information. We are the company that is really working alongside the growers so we can gain on both sides. We are the company that the growers trust, because in the span of 25 years, we've experienced droughts, excessive rainfall. We had impeachment here in politics. We had dollar at 3 BRL, at 6 BRL. We had Chicago trading at 6, at 18. And 3tentos has always been there. We have always paid the fair price to the growers because they are our partners. And we have almost 17,000 growers working with us today. So we know just how big a responsibility we have in the company. It's a volatile business, but 3tentos has always been focused on paying a fair market price to its customers and to get its margin. And in this way, we do a proper management of our cost, we do a proper management of our infrastructure. And that's how we foster this relationship. You know, this is our differential for sure. If I may just add on to that. You know, I think that the relationship that we have with our consultants, with our managers, and even our direct relationship with growers, it starts in the planning stage of the crop. And the contact we have, it starts during the planning stage, and it expands all through the cycle. And it becomes stronger because when growers are celebrating their harvest, when they are reaping the results of their hard work, they are planning the next season. So it never stops. Right? And our presence there is constant. Our relationship is very frequent with the growers, and this is definitely a differential. Great. So we have some more questions here. The next one is, I know that 3tentos sources grains, you know, soybeans, corn, and wheat, but how do you transport, or how do you give a destination to these grains? Well, as it was said before, corn and wheat, they are not processed by 3tentos, right? We buy from growers either by barter or by receiving grains or by buying that surplus. And in the case of corn, we sell it mostly to poultry producers, to feed plants, to milk producers, and even feedlots. So we've been doing that. But it's also the external market, and it's important to point out that Rio Grande do Sul imports corn from different states of Brazil, so the majority of our corn stays in the state. When it comes to wheat, we sell it to mills as well, but you know, we also have some exportation operations that can be used for wheat. When it comes to soybeans, a lot of soybeans is used for trading to protect the barter that we do with our growers. And there is a logistics point that is very important as well, because 3tentos has a presence in its 40 branches in the northern half of the state and in the southern half of the state. And the north really is where all the grains of soybeans go. And south, it's closer to the port, so it makes more sense to do the grain trading and not take it up to the industry. Great. So the audience is really engaging here with us. I would like to thank you for sending the questions. This makes our event more dynamic. And the question that we just got is this: what about the unfavorable climate in the previous season? How did it impact the results of the company? What was the impact if the climate is unfavorable during planting and during harvest? What is the impact? I think I can take this one as well. Well, indeed, the climate for us growers, and I can say that on behalf of our customers as well, climate is our biggest concern. This is where we don't have any control whatsoever. There are many factors like this, but this is really the factor you cannot control. You cannot manage for it. All you can do is to get some insurance, you know, and we are going to talk a little bit more about insurance as a tool in a second. But speaking of last season, we had a crop failure of a great deal of soybeans and 20% of corn in 2019, 2020. So that had a big impact, definitely. But there are many factors, like I said, there was the pandemic. Countries started to buy way more grains for their own stocks for protection. They were sort of escaping that just-in-time process that we were seeing more and more. So that shot up the prices of commodities. And 3tentos and its growers, we always had a physical hedge. And since the prices skyrocketed, there was a very important offset. The volume that we didn't harvest, they sold it forward, but they locked it at a cost, and that cost was paid at a lower price. But the surplus of the season, even though it was small, it offsetted the increase in prices. And 3tentos, we grew in our revenue, in our results, and just like 3tentos, our customers grew as well. I don't want to be annoying here, but we are going to reinstate this time and time again, especially with you, the investor. Our potential investors that are watching this, we are going to gain together alongside growers. This is not an internal ecosystem for 3tentos. This is an ecosystem where our customers are involved, and we are definitely going to continue to make progress with them and to strengthen these bonds, these loyalty bonds and these trust bonds. And if I may, Luis Osorio, I would like to share a piece of information about the 2020 season. When Rio Grande do Sul had a crop failure to the tune of 40%, 3tentos elevated its share to the tune of 40%. So this was only made possible because we have this ecosystem, because we have this integration between the input, grains receiving, and the industries as well. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Luis Augusto, Luis Osorio. We are going to meet again in a second. And after this very enlightening moment, we are now going to have a short break, and we'll be back in a moment to speak about digitalization. So, see you in a bit.
Com esse sistema aí, facilitou muito a nossa vida aqui no campo, porque evita muita correria do dia a dia, porque aqui fora a coisa é rápida, tem que ser rápida. Então, isso facilitou muito. Nós não precisamos sair daqui para ir até Santa Bárbara, vamos dizer assim, para mim fazer uma simples venda de soja. Faço tudo por aqui, em coisa de 2 minutos, está feita a fatura, né? Um programa, um sistema bem simples de trabalhar e muito confiável. Vamos dizer assim, 100% de segurança na fatura, pois o pessoal entra em contato realmente para ver se foi você que está fazendo essa fatura. A última operação que eu fiz 100 sacos de soja. Por eu fazer essa fatura online, vamos dizer assim, vem a contranota para mim no meu aplicativo, fica fácil até de eu ir mantendo tudo certo para o meu próprio imposto de renda. Eu já tenho a nota na hora, tudo. Para mim ficou muito prático assim. Hoje tu paga tudo que for conta, em banco tu tem acesso a fazer online. O que estava faltando para nós, na verdade, seria fazer essas faturas também online, que daí para nós não precisamos se deslocar. Então, com isso que a 3tentos, essa iniciativa que a 3tentos tem de fazer isso aí, para nós facilitou em muito.
Great to hear the testimony from our rural growers. Right now, we are going to have one of the most awaited presentations of the day, which is the digitalization of agriculture, which is absolutely a great factor for the increase in yield and the improvement in management of the agribusiness, as well as every other industry. So to set the stage, it's important to point out all the investment and all the efforts, all the financial resources that 3tentos dedicates to its initiatives on the digital realm, and they have been doing this since 2017, with 6 professionals that are fully dedicated to disseminate and generate demand for the digital side, and with a major partner in software, we developed 3 major solutions. When they are integrated, they generate a lot of value for growers in the field. So to demonstrate all the verticals that are propelled by 3tentos, we have the manager of digital services, Fernando Valesco, that is going to demonstrate all the solutions that are developed and how they reach the field. So Fernando, you have the floor. Hello everyone, my name is Fernando and I am in charge of the digital agriculture services of 3tentos. I'll show you TerraTrace, which is our app, our intelligence mapping tool. And we are going to show you the app we have for our growers. So right now, I'm going to show you the TerraTrace tool, which is a web tool. This is our dashboard of agronomic intelligence. We have some information here for client management. We are going to discuss that on the Consultants app as well. We have some portfolio management tools, and we have the more technical management of our areas. We have the mapping side of the farms. So right here, I'm going to show you some of the tools, and it's very important for us to do a bit of a disclaimer here. All of the data here is fictional. I'm going to show you fictional data. We are not sharing any growers' real data, okay? So please know that the names are not real. We have a mapping tool here for the area. This is also a fictional information here, but this is how we do the mapping and the development of our farms. This is satellite imaging, so this is a remote monitoring tool. And we keep tabs on the development of the fields according to some of the indexes of vegetation. Right here, we have the vegetation indexes such as NDVI and NDRE. Each of them have an implication on the vegetation side or the reproductive side. In parallel, we also have a monitoring of a frequency measure or a histogram, and we understand if the farm is really in line to what it is expected or if it's doing worse or if it's doing better. So in this way, our consultants do the scouting of the areas in a remote way, and they track these fields, and they do personal visits as well. So in parallel to that, we are able to have a good tracking and understand who is the customer, the size of these farms. We know if it's their own farm, if it's leased. We know which crop is being planted. We know the cultivar. We know the date of planting. We have an algorithm that analyzes the date of planting and other information to calculate the estimated date of harvest. So we have a schedule, a pre-estimation for harvest. And we also have what we call PAP, which is a program of personalized assistance. So in this program, our consultants, alongside our customers, they do a programming for all the management practices that are going to be done field by field, area per area. So here's how the management works. We have a tool where we do a bit of an assistance. You know, this management is done in an assistive way, and we consider all the data, all the information that comes from our information. So we feed the management practices with our information. Considering the date of planting, we do a recommendation for the recommendation based on product, dosage. So once we create the management, we can also produce a report that can be sent via WhatsApp. It can be printed out and sent to the grower as well. And we have a very nice description here. This is a report description of all the management practices that we are recommending. And we have the total amount of product that needs to be applied according to this management. So when we have to do a management for an area that it hasn't been analyzed yet, we have a tool which is an assisted management tool, like I said. And we consider some different factors to do this management. Factors such as the date of planting, if the crop is planted early, or if it's planted a little later. The situation of the region, it can be a southern region, a northern region. We have micro-regional differences. and also the size of the cycle of that cultivar that is going to impact the management. So based on those three pieces of information, we are able to generate a management that is very on point, very assertive, and very assisted. This management is guided by all of the research data that we provide. And this data comes from our areas, as well as other areas from the state. So this is the tool that we use called TerraTrace. There are some other functionalities, but I just wanted to show you the highlights. Just wanted to show you the agronomic intelligence tool, area scouting, and a management per area. And we do that with our growers and our consultants, and this is very crystal clear for them.
Moving on, I'd like to demonstrate the Consultants app. We have a platform where the consultant can also check information from their clients. In this case, it is a semi-CRM where they can check top 20 customer information, those who we call the A-curve customers, representing 80% of their revenue. So amongst the features that we have, climate prediction, weather forecast, there's goals management. We're going to talk about each one of them. First, client management, so customer management. Lots of information about the top 20 customer portfolio. So there's a screen where we see the concentration in the portfolio. So every 3, 5, 7, and 10 clients, the percentage of their revenue, how many of those clients are users of the 3tentos app, their sales status that represents the percentage out of all the sales potential, how much they have reached, and also the total potential sales per segment and what has been actually accomplished, where they can better manage their portfolio, understanding from which segment they're selling more or less and where they have to improve, increase their sales. So we break down the crop protection, seeds, and fertilizers. So out of 39 million they have in sales, 20 is crop protection, 15 fertilizers, and the rest seeds. So within each segment, we can understand per type of product. So in crop protection, how much the sales of adjuvants, herbicides, fungicides, 47% of what they sold. So they can understand how much they're focusing on each segment, just like seeds and fertilizers as well. When I go into customer management, we see all the customers that are on my A-curve customer base. So those I have to be more focused on. My best customers, I have to really understand their figures. So if I get a random customer, lots of information about the customer, for example, how much that customer represents to my portfolio. This one represents 8% of my portfolio, an important customer. Their metrics of status, 69%, they reached 69% of the potential that he would have in the sales of crop protection industry, 39% in seeds, and 90% in fertilizers. So there's a good mix in sales. There's room for a better balance, but this is a customer that buys a good mix from us. And on the average, they have bought 75% of their entire potential of purchasing with us. Also, data from their property, how much is their own farm, how much they rent, lease, and so a percentage of all the crops. Also, there's the part of goals management where they can have goals management of goals, product per product. They can also filter down to, I want to see fungicides, for example, so I can filter how I've been reaching my goals per product, per segment, in a way that they can understand where they should focus a bit more, a bit less. That's important for goal management, both for the grower as well as the company, business unit. And there's the Grãos Express tool, is the digital barter tool. They access Grãos Express to do deals with the grower. There's the agricultural compendium. It's something else that we make available, research data, information that they would have they would need out in the field when they see an issue. So problem solution. So they select among pests and weeds and what they're facing. They see the pest that is causing the impact, that they have to understand the best products for them, and we put in order of efficacy the products that they can use to provide that management to the farmer. So these are some features we have in the 3tentos app. It's basically a small CRM that the consultant has to understand their portfolio and their territory. Last application I wanted to show you, it's the 3tentos app for the farmer, for the grower. So I'm going to log in here. I'd like to emphasize the login. We have great concern with security. So the entire process of clearing new user, checking users, we have to ensure that the user is really the grower that's using the app. So we have features that after the user check for login could be via Touch ID or Face ID. I'm going to run my login via Touch ID to ensure that I'm the user. So it's great security that we have here, high concern that we have with security. Within the 3tentos app, then we have notifications, weather forecast, we have the YR connection with a YR channel. There's a notification besides temperature, wind, and all of that. We want to provide information that if in that moment it's the most appropriate or least appropriate for spraying the chemicals based on weather information. So some basic features on the digital interface with a customer. So I can show, for example, the balance of grains that they have with us, wheat, soybean, corn, the latest transactions, purchasing or sales of grains, the volume of products, the balance of products that they have in the futures sales that they have already bought, but they have not taken the product to spray in their property. So that we have all of the types, fungicides, and the accounts payable, the accounts that they still have to pay with us. We show a total balance of the account, and for every invoice, for every transaction with the due dates, there's a warning when it's close to the due date for them to pay the notifications, so they can track both the financial as well as the rural production sales, the CPRs, whether soybean, corn, they're also registered here. Another feature are the loads, Richard. They call the tickets that they get every time they deliver grains. Every load that they deliver, they get a ticket where they have the weight, the volume of on the scale, what the volume of grains that was deposited, the units, the degree of purity. So the grower has all the data of all those deliveries within the year of all the crops. They can filter based on data per type. So that's a significant feature for the grower. So we can demonstrate the price of the soybean bag in every unit that they have deposits. The prices may vary depending on distance, so we show where they have their soybean grains deposited. Another important feature that we have for the growers is the electronic signing of documents, digital signature of documents. Every time there's a invoice, a contract for grains, an order that we need for them to sign, they can sign it either electronically, which is the equivalent to DocuSign. It's not DocuSign. It's a tool that we developed in-house using similar technology, but it's proprietary, 3tentos, the technology. And there's also the possibility of signing via digital certification, digital signature. We have a team in the company today that creates digital certificates for growers, for farmers, as a way of bringing them into the digital world, their identity in the digital world, and enabling them to use these features that we just mentioned. So the electronic signing has legal value. It's binding, but via digital certificate, it's even much more reliable. It's equivalent to something that is rubber stamped by a notary. So some documents we sign electronically, such as an order. Let me show you here an order. So they're going to open the order. It's what we call the Grains Express CPR. They're going to open the order. PDF document. They're going to visualize as if they had the sheet, printed sheet in there. Oh, this is what it is. Okay, this is what we contracted. So I'm going to sign the document. So he just quickly signs there. Right there. We collect all the information. IPv4, the location of their mobile device, and login, password, to ensure that the signature is their signature. So this is an electronic signature. In the very same way, we sign contracts, documents that have to be notarized for legal binding purposes with digital certificates. So it brings an important feature, brings ease to our admin team as well as to the customer, and they love and have been using it a lot. So another feature, considering we have the digital certificate for the growers, is the online sale of soybeans. So they can sell their grains that is deposited with us in a fully digital way with a simple user experience. It was designed for farmers, so it's a minimum of information they have to input. They go to their balance of grains, they choose in their balance what they want to sell. So this is 500 bags of soybean. I want to sell 250 bags of that balance out of the 500. They click. There's a quick summary there. They type in their password of their certificate, and the invoice is issued to 3tentos. Considering the invoice being issued, the entire transaction can be tracked in their app. They can see all of the invoices, if they were accepted or denied, if there was an issue, and when it's approved, they have possession of the invoice of what they issued against 3tentos and vice versa. So they can download the invoice, they can look at the details, forward to their accountant to do their accounting system. They will not lose an invoice now. The electronic invoice is not mandatory for farmers for their tax ID. In the next year, maybe the next coming 2 years, it's going to be mandatory for all farmers. So we are, ahead of the curve. The sales of online grains, both online sales as well as the delivery of grains with electronic invoicing. So when you have the grower certificate, you can make the sale as well as the delivery of grains with electronic invoice. It's the document for transportation, basically. It's a transportation invoice. So extremely simple user interface where the grower can have a much simpler way than instead of doing it manually. So the work of our development of all platforms, especially of the 3tentos app for growers, is to bring convenience, nimbleness, ease in the interface with the growers, be more agile in processes and in communication, bringing the grower, bringing the growers more to be closer to us in the digital world. Fantastic. I have never seen such all-encompassing digital solutions for the ag business. Thank you so much, Fernando, for this fantastic demo. And moving forward with our agenda, I'd like to point out one of the most important things about the 3tentos case. It's the entrepreneurial spirit of every single employee in the company. One of the most patent and recent examples of is the new financial services platform in pre-op stage, conceived as an ag fintech. So we're going to share a bit more about the steps that have been taken and what's still ahead of us. We have Luis Pedro, head of operations of Tentos Cap. Luis Pedro, welcome. Good morning, Kellen. Marcelo, once again with us for this panel. And I want to kind of guide the first question to João Marcelo. As a COO, how does this impact on a daily basis for consultants, growers? Share a bit with us. No doubt, Kellen, this demo that Fernando has just given us, significantly, it's highly impactful. As we've been saying, 3tentos is concerned with a grower's success. We want them to have convenience and digitization in the agricultural world. There's no going back in all segments. There has always been some kind of restriction in terms of in the ag. Because of connectivity, farmers wouldn't be able to access, and maybe they were not so familiar with the tools. But today, with mobile phones, all over, better connections, better network. Today tools are so common. Messaging apps, the internet banking interface, which it's widely used by basically everyone, and in the ag industry it's no different. This has created an environment for a company like 3tentos that provides all of this process with the growers to have a digital interface tool. So as it's been said, since 2017, we've been in this constant improvement and growing process, and surely we will come with this tool. We're coming to this complete tool, all-encompassing tool, where growers can run all their operations with us. Fantastic. So given this answer, I want to understand a bit more with Luis Pedro, head of operations for Tentos Cap. Spill the beans. So thank you, Kellen. First, I want to thank and appreciate everyone who's at home watching 3tentos Day. It's a huge pleasure being here to talk about Tentos Cap. It's a dedicated team, has been heading for about 2 years now for this type of operation. And I think we can begin talking about why we did that. When we talk about the purpose of 3tentos Cap, it's to elevate the business culture in the field. The 3tentos group for a long time has been developing a culture of technology for growers, helping farmers to make choices to increase their yield based on agricultural and crop and livestock farming technique. One of the factors that really drove the productivity and the yield of our farmers. That is why 3tentos has a lot of repeat business. So I'm sure that 3tentos shareholders saw this opportunity of making use of this drive of credit, offering service that'll bring this value alongside with financial consulting and financial education to farmers. So our vision as Tentos Cap is to get a good grower. He's in a deficit condition. We want them to be in a surplus condition, a credit surplus, and so that we can offer some investments opportunity for them. And it's a great business opportunity. Rural credit with equalized interest, it's 230 billion in the last season. And the demand for credit in Brazil, farming credit for ag business, it's around 1 trillion. So there is a gap between supply and demand, a huge gap, and private credit can benefit from that. And so that's where the opportunity lies. In Mato Grosso, this is already clear. Private credit went from 10% in 2015 to 25% in the growers' funding, and the market is moving, and we as well are in the same pace. So what are we going to do to cater to this market? It's basically offering credit financial services, especially in terms of complementary working capital, and their expenses that they have to incur for their operations to move along. And that's where we see one of the opportunities. One of our edges is to know the grower. We know them down to the detail. We know details of their lives, and so we can look at them and analyze their credit requirements in a very personalized way. And also being able to rely on credit analysis tools, algorithms, digital tools that we are developing. Some of them are off the shelf already, to be able to deliver a close to zero default historically, which is what we have. So we have 3tentos Cap is the idea to be an ag fintech because it's got a very significant digital footprint. Our idea is to begin just with electronic and digital contracts. Electronic for those who have no assurance, and also a nice way. There are some fintechs that run home equity to put their homes as a collateral. So we have an idea to have a grain equity. So the idea is to have grains as a collateral instead of other collaterals, to be able to sustain credit and bring greater assurance, whether for the operation itself or for investors who will be buying the 3tentos Cap bonds. So within that whole landscape, we have 8 dedicated people to the project. Our idea is to start operating in the second half of the year. 3tentos will be a banking correspondent in this operation. So the 3tentos growers, farmers will benefit from this service that will be off the shelf from 3tentos. Thank you, Luis Pedro. João Marcelo will continue here with us. Now we are going to the Q&A session. Is that it? Okay, so financial services, let's break it down in the question that has just arrived.
What kind of demands for financial services can customers have in the future that can be met by 3tentos? Who's going to take this one? I can answer this one. There is an ocean of opportunity that exists in the financial and the ag markets. When they combine together, it's nonstop. I mean, it's an immense opportunity. So 3tentos Cap has a proposal of providing working capital among other products that are very conventional, but it has our own twist on it. It has our own personalized way. So without question, in the future, we expect to have many opportunities in the insurance realm as well, both ag insurance as well as asset insurance. And we have inside the farm gates insurance to assure everything that the grower owns. We have some opportunities on cashback, on loyalty programs. We also have some opportunity on the payment market. Maybe give back some credit so the grower can pay back during the season to do their daily buys, to do their maintenance and other expenses. And of course, there is an immense opportunity when it comes to buying and selling land. And this is an opportunity that we have our eyes on. And we see that as happening a lot inside the ag market with not a lot of involvement from the financial market. And we know just how much knowledge that 3tentos Cap holds from this market, so holds about this market, so we can definitely work on that. So, João, would you like to comment, or can we go to the next one? We can go to the next one. So, what is your take on the company's apps in order to help the growers in the daily activities? What is the opportunity for growth in the usage of the apps from the growers? Well, like we said, and like we were able to see in the demonstration as well, the process of digitalization is very clear that it's not going to replace the physical stores, right? We are going to have a major increase in traction with the digitalization process. Thanks to that effort, thanks to that major undertaking, we are going to potentiate our physical stores. We are going to increase the potential of our stores. We are going to give more productivity to our salespeople. 3tentos consultants are going to meet a larger number of growers, a larger number of hectares, and they are going to do so with more quality. Farmers are going to be better serviced, and they are going to work with a consultant that is going to see more customers. Without the digital process, it would be impossible to do that, especially when it comes to the technology scenario, which is going to get ever more complex. So when you reconcile all of those factors, the digital tools, the customer's app, the consultant's app, TerraTrace, and even what Pedro just talked about in terms of the financial solutions, that creates a very convenient ecosystem in the digital side that is also very much in line with 3tentos. Thank you so much. Thank you, João Marcelo and Luis Pedro. We are coming back shortly. And again, I would like to say thanks to all of our guests. And we are going to take a very short break now. And in a minute, we'll be back talking about the industry of 3tentos. Stick around.
Sem dúvida nenhuma, eu indico. Eu acho que quem tem condições hoje tem que partir para esse aplicativo. Sem dúvida nenhuma, seguro, tranquilo, te deixa uma tranquilidade. Essas pessoas que já estão operando o banking, né, esses aplicativos de banco que fazem pagamento, transferência, depósitos, aplicações pelo banco, esses já podem operar tranquilamente porque o sistema é bastante similar, com toda a segurança e toda a tranquilidade. Até porque, vamos criar uma hipótese, caso alguém acesse sua conta e faça uma venda de produto, esse dinheiro vai vir para a sua conta. Quer dizer, você registra a tua conta lá na 3tentos e somente aquela conta para depósito. Não vai conseguir enviar o dinheiro para outro local. Então é muito tranquilo. Eu me sinto muito seguro e muito tranquilo e utilizo muito esse aplicativo. Então, não só para fazer venda. Eu consulto meus estoques de produtos, de grãos, de insumos no aplicativo também. Cada vez mais nós vamos ter inovações, de um modo mais rápido, né? Cada ano que passa, as coisas novas, as inovações, as tecnologias vêm mais rápido para nós e nós temos que estar preparados para absorver isso. As tecnologias que levavam alguns anos antigamente para a gente absorver ou chegar aqui no interior, na produção, na fazenda, para ser aplicadas, hoje é questão de alguns dias ou de algumas horas. Com o advento da internet, hoje nós estamos ligados ao mundo. Então, ou nós temos toda a tecnologia disponível, ou nós vamos parar no tempo e não vamos mais produzir. Não é somente chegar lá e plantar e colher. Nós temos que estar por dentro do mercado, principalmente, das novas tecnologias todas, e isso tudo está disponível hoje. Eu estive no Crop Show e lá eu fiz o certificado digital. O 3tentos me ofereceu, me mostrou como é que era o programa. Me interessou muito na época porque a gente tem que partir para novas tecnologias. Isso é uma modernidade que vem para ficar, com toda certeza, né? E fiz lá no Crop Show e estou usando tranquilamente, com toda a segurança, não tenho problema nenhum. Acho que é seguro tanto quanto operar um aplicativo de banco hoje.
Que satisfação.
It's great to see all that movement and the entrepreneurial side of this resilient business, which is the agribusiness here in Brazil. Now, once again, I have Luis Osorio and João Marcelo. They are going to give us an overview about the sector, about the industry sector of 3tentos. So, Luis and João, they are already here with us. I just want to reintroduce them to the folks at home. And I want to know from you, what was the decision-making process like to implement the industry of 3tentos back in 2013, right? It's been a while. Yes, no question. And we are becoming more and more confident in our ecosystem, where the industry is really the end point of our business project. And we are very much dedicated to the preparation and planning. Everything started around 2010, where we started taking our first steps. And we started to generate a very important volume in the soybean business. And from there, we started to understand the industry, to get to know the market, become specialized. StoneX, as a company, they were hired by us. They had a very specific task in this sense. So we did a business plan. 3tentos didn't enter in the industry as an adventurer, as we are not doing to this day. Quite the contrary, we got in the industry with a lot of planning, with a lot of consistency, and we took our first step with the sourcing of soybeans from the growers. So in the second year, after we extracted the oil, we got into biodiesel, because we really believe in this energy matrix that is more and more. There is more and more opportunity in the market. So the more varied an energy matrix we have, the stronger a country will have. And we are going to depend less on other countries. So we feel that Brazil, being a tropical country, we have a major opportunity to transform plants, or in this case, plant oil, or even sugarcane. We can transform that into ethanol. We can convert corn into ethanol and soybeans into biodiesel. So this is a very unique opportunity, so we can bring a benefit not only to the market, not only to the growers, and not only to the economy of our countryside cities where these industries are, but most importantly to the environment, where we can have a lot of progress. Here in the state of São Paulo, we have some very important numbers of how many hospital admissions we had. The number diminished greatly in terms of, lung diseases. So all of that has been studied, and 3tentos started by crushing. We moved on to biodiesel, and we worked with soybeans, with our growers in the countryside, and from there, we only grew. We worked on sourcing, diversification, and we closed this part of the ecosystem. Very interesting. So, Marcelo, can you tell us a little bit about how the plants work, how the industrial plants of 3tentos work on the day-to-day? Absolutely. Actually, I think it's important to comment on what my colleague just said. Back in 2013, when we started with the industry, we began literally from scratch. So we built an industry, we went after projects, we sought advice from people that understood it, that had their own technology to provide to us. So we did a very efficient industry. We came up with a modern, automated industry that is very much environmentally friendly, well conducted, no effluents, no waste. So that gave us that put us in a position to get into the market and to gain scale. And this was a market that was just starting. We were just in our learning curve. So we were very much well advised by people that had that had their own technology. And we were determined to come up with a modern industry to have a lot of productivity. And this industry would be integrated to our ecosystem. So there truly needs to be some synergy. So the Ijuí plant was the first one in 2013, a crushing plant with 2,000 tons per day. That was the capacity of soybean processing. And in parallel, we worked with the biodiesel mill, which today has a capacity of 850,000 liters per day. So right after that, we started with our plant, 1,500 tons, and biodiesel, 500 cubic meters per day. So we started working with it, we started learning, and we improved our technology process, and we took it step by step. Obviously, we had some marginal gains in our production because the business started thriving and it started picking up steam. In 2019, we added the Cruz Alta plant. So then, that was an existing plant That plant was already in operation, and that was a plant that wasn't new. It was from back in the 70s. But they had a very interesting structure. They had a great logistics position. So they had the rail line, just like the other plant has. This is a very crucial aspect. This is a great competitive edge, and that goes for all the operation. They had a great storage capacity. They had an excellent receiving location. They also had good access to highways and roadways. So then we took it from there. We took that plant. Like I said, that plant already had some technology deficit, and through those 2 years, we enhanced that technology. And now our objective, we already set the objective, it's already underway. We are now getting into the third stage of improvement for the Cruz Alta plant. And by the end of the year, Cruz Alta is going to be completely remodeled. It's going to have the same technology of the Ijuí plant and the same productivity, the same 2,000 tons per day. So those two industries combined, they are going to be, we're going to crush 4,000 tons of soybeans per day, and the oil derived from this crushing is going to be used for that capacity. Great, João Marcelo. So the next question is to you, Luis. I would like you to tell us a little bit about the dynamics, about selling biodiesel and also the auctions. I would like to know if the product quality has an impact in this process. Can you tell us about it? Absolutely. Quality is a major factor in the process. Just like João Marcelo said, this is one of the most cutting-edge plants in the country, both from a crushing perspective as well as a biodiesel perspective. So when you combine that to a highly committed team that is focused on the success of the operation, we can really deliver something to our distributors. These are our clients, like Ipiranga and so many other distributors. They acquire a very high quality product. So this is our commitment. I can even tell you a story. Since 2014, when we first started, back in September 2014, we never had one load that was given back to us. No returns whatsoever. So we were always committed to delivering to the customers, whether it's a field distributor or whether it's a rural farmer. We always made it a point to deliver the best service and the best product. And of course, through the years, the auctions happened, and these are auctions that happen alongside Petrobras. They are intermediaries, but the ones that buy from 3tentos are distributors that work from a platform which is called Petronet. And these auctions happen in a bi-monthly basis. In the graph that we can see here on the slide, as you can observe, the price of 3tentos since May 2019 to the current days has always been above the average of Rio Grande do Sul. And we already account for 10% of the volume. So this is what happens, We had a gain at 3tentos. We have an overprice. And this is really an acknowledgement of quality. But people say, well, what about auctions? Is it all the same? It's not. Quality is always going to be perceived by the customer. And 3tentos has this, we internalize this with us, with our team, and with the work that we do in our units. And the results speak for themselves. I'm going to say, we are not afraid of the auctions going away. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 2022. It's going to be a free market. But we are confident that this is going to happen because this is in the Brazilian law. We have B13, we're going to 14 and 15. We are going to grow along with our plant in Mato Grosso, and we are going to work to supply this renewable fuel. We're going to distribute it to our distributors, and we're going to sell it in the free market. This is even our preference. Well, thank you so much, Luis. I think this is a good moment for us to show you another video. It's our industrial director speaking a little bit about the operations in the plants. Let's see it. Hello, everyone. My name is Leandro. I am the Industrial Director of 3tentos. I am here in the Ijuí plant. This is a 2,000 soybean crushing per day, and we do 400 tons of oil per day. This is a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art plant with all the security that is necessary. The differential side of our plant is in the industrial performance, one of the best in the country, which gives us the confidence of going in the right track. We do cogeneration here. We work with the Cruz Alta plant, which is being expanded to 3,000 tons per day. What stands out is that Cruz Alta sits at the best logistics point in the state, and all the meal produced is transported to exportation via the railroads. So we do that for exportation as well as biodiesel. So this is still the plant of Ijuí. This is the biodiesel plant, which processes great capacity. This is a very modern plant, 850 cubic meters per day. So our differential here in the plant is the quality. We are very proud to say that in the 7 years we've been operating with biodiesel, we produced over 1 million cubic meters, and we delivered more than 1 million cubic meters of biodiesel. We haven't had any returns, any questions about it. So we also have a very low consumption of inputs, which makes us more competitive, and it enables us to participate better in the auctions. We've seen a great evolution. We've seen an increase in share and selling of biodiesel in a very responsible and safe way. Biodiesel is sold via public auctions that happen bi-monthly. It is mediated by Petrobras and is controlled by the ANP, which is the National Petrol Agency. This is part of the ecosystem of 3tentos, so it's neither the beginning nor the ending. Growers that buy in the beginning, we sell them crop protection products, and they deliver the grains. And these grains come to the plant to be processed. When the meal comes out, we sell the meal as well. We sell the meal to our partner growers. So this is our ecosystem. The plant is with us to add value.
Fantastic. I want to ask Luis a question because we see this entire infrastructure. So we ask ourselves, what is the connection between the industrial operation and the farmer? So we got some tips there, but yeah, we round off the ecosystem, but it never ends. It continues with the farmers. Many times we sell soybean meal, corn to that very same farmer who bought the seed, bought the input, and brought their soybean grains. And besides being soybean farmer, they're milk producers, pork, poultry, and they acquire that very same production. Many co-ops in Rio Grande do Sul are customers. They are soybean suppliers and meal buyers. So it's a closed circle. So we have been integrating with the rural growers' families. From the very first day of 3tentos, the company, we invited every single month buses of farmers and their families to visit the plant to see what happens to their crop. Where does the soybean meal go? How does it become biodiesel, the oil? The reason behind all of that. And that's connected to the work we're going to talk a bit more about. It's the awareness of the farmers' families taking better care of their environment, integrated to high productivity. Yes, I had the opportunity of visiting the plant, and as a journalist, I was thrilled to see, everything in place. It's modern, it's rich, it's fantastic. So, Marcelo, you wanted to add, or let's go to the questions and answers? Yeah, just to add my 2 cents here. Leandro mentioned during the video, I want to emphasize the ecosystem. This whole morning we've been going through this step by step. The plant is not the end. It's one more gear within this whole ecosystem. So 3tentos sells the inputs, provides all the technical support. There's the whole digitization aspects that we've shown here. There's the sourcing of the grains, the trading, the work of understanding, and the plant processing the grains. So it was an important decision as a company years ago, and it has been a key part in our differentiation in the company's growth. Wonderful. So let's move forward. It's time for the question and the answer. I have some of the questions here already. Question number 1. What are the impacts of grain price variations and product price variation in the company's results? What can you tell us about that? The impact, if we haven't done our homework, if we hadn't, or if we don't, there might be significant impacts. But once the homework is done, which is I have the input bought, I have an auction to take place, I've defined the prices of purchasing and selling right there, whether hedged for some futures in soybean or physically defined, which is how 3tentos prefers. Most of its hedging is physical. So it's just a margin management and not loss. So it's a positive margin management. It's not gain and loss. It's just gain. So we did that in a very responsible fashion, as João mentioned. We had a learning curve, a significant curve throughout the years. And so 3tentos being here today, it's not like way back there we said, oh, we're going to be in São Paulo on March the 5th in São Paulo to have the host of the 3tentos Day and to grow more. No, that came to be, and the company has come as a mature company, as a solid company, and with the best possible skills to do it. Wonderful. So let's go to the next question. You talk a lot about the quality of the 3tentos plant quality and the whole industry compared to the competition. How does that translate into the results for the company? Yes, this whole quality, operational quality that 3tentos has, it's a uniqueness. We have lots of data that show us that prove us that internally, lots of controls. So from the consumption of hexane, it's a solvent that extracts the oil from the grain. You have to have the lowest possible use to gain efficiency. Of course, it is a costly input. So if you use less, you're going to have better results. There's the methylate consumption in the biodiesel production. And the qualities, I want to emphasize, we have a finished product quality level, both in meal and biodiesel that we just mentioned. It's extremely high level. And also the oil extraction itself, again, there's a company uniqueness or differential. The percentage of oil, which is the most highly valued product, we saw here 75% is mill, 2% whole, and theoretically 18.5% oil. So at 3tentos, with our effectiveness, our plants and processes all in place, we can get to 19.5% of oil extraction from the grain. Oh, this 1% seems just so little. No, but at an industrial scale in millions of tons, that on the long run provides an important result, and it adds no doubt to the company's profitability. Fantastic. Thank you, Luiz and João. We will come back soon. We're going to go to a brief break, and we'll come back shortly for the next panel. Thank you.
Teve dia em que a gente estava precisando de bloco, porque a gente planta em joia e cacequi, E aí nós precisamos do bloco que estava lá na unidade. Foi ligado para o gerente, pedimos socorro e o Laerte disse, não tem problema, Rose. Eu vou conseguir, vou falar com o funcionário lá, eu libero ele e ele vai entregar para vocês. Aí a gente precisava urgente do bloco, era um domingo, não era horário comercial e o Laerte nos autorizou e autorizou o funcionário a nos entregar o bloco. Então isso foi muito gratificante para nós, porque a gente estava precisando muito mesmo do bloco naquele dia, não podia esperar. E ele nos atendeu e a gente ficou muito feliz. Então, a nossa palavra com a 3tentos é gratidão.
Bacana as histórias.
Great stories. And the story of 3tentos keeps getting better. Looking ahead, what else can we expect for the company? Knowing the business up close, dedicated team, the structure, the future is highly promising. To have a more detailed understanding of what we're going to see this team execute, we have the commercial head, Eduardo Menezes, and Mauricio Rasson, CFO. They're going to share with us a bit more about the plans that the company has for Brazilian ag business. First and foremost, welcome. Good morning. Good morning, Kellen. So the first question, what is the potential that 3tentos sees for the marketplace right now, and how does the company intend to explore that, exploit that? First, great pleasure to be ahead of the commercial department in the company. This panel is a gift to talk about expansion, the growth. For somebody from the commercial department, this is music to my ears. We broke it down into certain steps. First, understanding the potential retail market for inputs in Brazil. It's been growing about 10% a year. This market strong. About last year, 135 million reais of sales. $25 million. It's a thriving market, one of the largest in the world in terms of inputs retail. It is highly fragmented, this market. 10%, the top 10 input retailers don't come to 10% of the entire market. So it's extremely fragmented. And there is a consolidation, an ongoing consolidation in the last 5 years. And it's been growing in the last 3 years, increasing. And 3tentos, understanding that we have the capacity to be one of the companies that will help consolidate this industry, works along those lines. And we have great opportunities in different geographies to intensify that. We understand that this ecosystem, this model we've been talking about time after time here with you, it's a winning model. It is a repeatable model that can be replicated, and what makes us feel comfortable and confident to share with investors is we had been working on expansion and expanding in the last 5 years. Out of the 40 stores we have today, 15 were opened in the last 5 years. So we have an average of growth, of expansion, 3 stores a year. So that's brought us know-how, expertise from different supporting areas, IT, project area, human resources, recruiting, capturing of talents in the marketplace, which makes us confident for a robust growth along the plan that we are proposing. Fantastic. I'm going to continue with Eduardo. I want to also talk to Mauricio. We look at the company's home state, and we would like to know the growth verticals. Do you intend to expand to other states? Eduardo, can you share with us? Oh, wow, Kellen. That's the great news that in our plan, no question, no doubt, we're going to have robust growth in Rio Grande do Sul, our home state. but we have production expertise in our family in Mato Grosso for over 20 years, and that is the closest state to Rio Grande do Sul. Paulo Herman, John Deere CEO, brought the aspect of the growth of Mato Grosso happened through the going of gaucho farmers going to Mato Grosso. That happened to our family as well. So it's located in the region where we're going to. So there's a commercial relationship there. We understand the players, the competitors in the input retail market, and one of the largest markets. It is the largest input market. Rio Grande do Sul has about 6 million hectares of soybean. Mato Grosso has over 10 million hectares of soybean. And that's where we have to go. So just to highlight your points, the slide that you were referring to, I'm going to ask our folks to see this more clear. Now we can see there. You can see it clearly what you were telling us about. So now we're going to talk about it separately, the expansion in Rio Grande do Sul, the roadmap, adjacent areas to where we are. So there's, it's very detailed. The growth of 22 stores in Rio Grande do Sul. We're going to kick off with 6 stores in the first year. Those, we have prospected the land. There, we're selecting the locations.
Já começar firme.
So we're ready to start this plan now in 2021. We're going to occupy 2 regions where 3tentos has no business. We call it white regions. The West Frontier, where there's soybean that is growing a lot, but it's traditionally for rice. We sold a lot of input for rice over there. We have a dedicated team for that. So we're going to open 3 stores, Alegrete, Uruguaiana, and São Borja, the west border of the state. And there's another front with 3 other stores in the northeast region, especially putting together a team in Passo Fundo, a regional area, and opening the stores of Erechim and Vacaria. So that's a bit of what we have on our roadmap. We're working towards the expansion of the south half, and that know-how is what makes us confident to grow in Rio Grande do Sul. And we also want to know about the competition, both in Mato Grosso as well as Rio Grande do Sul. Who are 3tentos competitors? Who's the competition? And how do you see the co-ops, the cooperatives? A bit of my expertise as a professional before joining 3tentos. I've been with 3tentos for 6 years ahead of this area of business development. This flows naturally. I worked at FMC Agrícola, from the crop protection area, sales in Rio Grande do Sul, Mato Grosso. I was marketing coordinator in Rio Grande do Sul, understanding the access of input retailers and the co-ops. And then I was marketing manager for FMC, working on product launch, understanding markets, understanding the segments, the growth of that market. More specifically, in Rio Grande do Sul, we have co-ops that are different from the state of Paraná. They don't have a lot of activities added in input retail industry. They don't have the ecosystem that 3tentos has. That's a uniqueness, a differential, compared to Paraná state, which is a bit more difficult market to penetrate. So we have great ease in Rio Grande do Sul. Co-ops are already our competitors in Rio Grande do Sul, and we have been able to grow our market share. Now, let's segue into your question back to talk to the competition in Mato Grosso. That's a bit of the timeline for Mato Grosso. The ecosystem that has brought 3tentos so far up to this point, as Luis Osório mentioned before, it was the processing plant, the industry. And with that expertise, we will begin in Mato Grosso. We already have a plot of land chosen. Mauricio is going to explore a bit more on the development in Mato Grosso. In the first year, we're going to structure retail in Sinop. In the next 2 years, we're going to go to Sorriso, Matupá, in the north of Mato Grosso state. It is a border within Mato Grosso, a significant border. We're going to concentrate on there are 4 major reasons. BR-63 highway, where we're going. Rondonópolis region, south. Araguaia Valley. And Parecis, Sapezal region, another big region. We're going to focus on those 8 stores around 163, Highway 163, more to the north, where we see greater growth potential, fewer competitors. The competition is much more in the input retailing sector, and you know, the consolidation that's been happening. That has been leaving room as an opportunity for new players. So we understand 3tentos is a player that is adherent to the state's culture. Lots of gauchos there, lots of the consultants of these retail companies, most majored in universities in the south, in Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, Pelotas, and others. They know 3tentos from Rio Grande do Sul. Oh, it's not like, who is this company? So they know, they identify the company as a strong player, and so there's lots of people who we know, and they're going to help us. Thank you for all of this information. I want to bring more detail to this panel with Mauricio, and we're going to learn in terms of the industry, how Mauricio sees the key deliverables. Tell us, Mauricio.
Bom dia.
Good morning, Kellen. Without question, this expansion plan has been very well studied, and we are bold in the right measure. So when you look at the expansion plan, we are coming from a revenue of 3 billion real, and we are jumping to 11 billion real, which is a 25% growth per year for the next 5 years. So in 2025, the company is going to see a turnover of 11 billion. That's the net revenue. And for that revenue, I mean, the industry, of course, will be of a leading role here in the company, just like it is now, and in 2025 it will be no different. And the industry is really the bond that closes the ecosystem of 3tentos. Undoubtedly, this is an aspect that is necessary. We must have the industry so we can replicate our business model. And when you look at the jumpstart in 2021, our company has a very strong deliverable to the industry, which starts with acquiring the construction site. Now, in the next few months, we are going to conclude the purchase of this terrain, of this land, and in the next semester, we are going to take care of all the licenses. We are going to finish the process, and we hope that in the second semester, we are going to already see the plant being built, so that in 2023, we are going to be up and running. And in the beginning of the operations, of course, we are going to lay out the groundworks of the plant so we can conclude this ecosystem. What about you, Eduardo? Yes, I would like to make some comments in terms of the retail market, the input retail market. We closed 2020 with 1/3 of our revenue coming from inputs. And within this plan, we see Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso in the crosshairs. And this 5-year plan is going to add an additional 1 billion reals in the southern part of Brazil and an additional billion reals in Mato Grosso in terms of inputs. So this is very well structured. In that chronology that you saw from the stores, we know exactly where each store will be installed. We know exactly how many cities it will cater to. We know exactly how many consultants are necessary to work in these geographies and the potential of each crop. In Rio Grande do Sul, we have a lot of wheat, corn, and soybeans. In Mato Grosso, you see almost strictly soybeans and corn. Our marketing has been doing its homework as well, and we have a market share that we can achieve. So that's the expertise that we studied in the South. In the South, we had a great adherence in our market share scale, and we achieved an average of 13% market share, just like João Marcelo showed. We already have 4-year stores that have this indicator, and that makes us feel really confident that we are moving in the right track, and we are going to charge forward in terms of the inputs. Thank you so much, Eduardo. Now I want to ask you another question, Mauricio, and I want to know how is 3tentos going to make the most of the offering in this major opportunity of the agribusiness? You know, we have seen this opportunity increasing. All the speakers said that. I want to hear your take. It's a great question. In terms of the resources of the offering, our company intends to use 720 million reals to build the plant in Mato Grosso. This is 450 million just for Mato Grosso, and 275 million reals for the capex of the new stores. So just to put it into context, those 755 million that the company is going to invest, we are going to almost double the current structure of the company. To set the context, we are talking about 30 additional stores that are going to be added to the current 40 stores we have, and the plant in Mato Grosso, in terms of its capacity for crushing and biodiesel production. Today, our capacity is 240 cubic meters of biodiesel, and we are going to add another 300,000 cubic meters of biodiesel with the Mato Grosso plant. And our crushing capacity is coming from a little over 1 million tons of crushing per year for biodiesel to an additional 950,000 tons of soybean crushing. So just to put it into context, this is a 725 million investment, and this is going to almost double our structure from a store's perspective as well as a crushing capacity perspective. There's going to be an additional 475 million reals for working capital, and we are going to finance this expansion. With that, we are going to have all the strength and fortitude necessary to finance our customers so we can have the necessary growth, so we can expand the activity in the pace that we expect. And I remind you that the company has a growth plan that entails on an annual growth of 29%. So for that to happen, we need to have our working capital. And also considering the resources of the offering, there's an additional 300 million reals for M&A. Great, so let's check out the Q&A. So before that, I just want to say something, Callan. For the last 5 years, we opened 15 new stores. The plan includes 30 new stores in the same period. So we are going to double what we have been doing. And we are in a position to do so. We are ready for it. We have the know-how, and we are going to deliver that. I just want to impart that confidence. We have everything to deliver that. 2021 is well in line. We are going to open the stores in Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso. Our team is going to be in the field, full force, working on selling inputs, creating orders, and contributing with the revenue. It's interesting what you said, Eduardo, because you are going to replicate a model that is already working. You are not reinventing the wheel. You are taking this model, you are taking this successful story, which we have seen for a while, and you are going to double down on that expertise and replicate that model. So it's great to see that. So let's get to the Q&A. Let's see what the questions are. First one, is there any foreign player that can get into Brazil and maybe threaten this expansion? Who is going to answer this? I can take this one. Actually, there are already some foreign players here in Brazil. There have been some strategic acquisitions in Mato Grosso, like Fiagrio, a Chinese investor from Kangi invested in it. In Mato Grosso as well as Paraná, there have been some acquisitions. You have UPL, which is invested in Sinagro in Mato Grosso. And all of these players, I mean, of course, that they are making the market more professional. They are being a part of this consolidation. And we know that there is a share of the market that is going to be consolidated, no question. But we know that this is also going to make it more professional. This is going to create more opportunities for profitability because these companies are chasing after profitability, and we have that in our DNA. You know, our segments are well divided, and each segment is collaborating with the profitability at the end of the day. It makes it more organized for the suppliers as well. That's why one of our strengths for the last 25 years, working with FMC, with BASF, and all the suppliers that brought us to this position, they are going to be with us down the road as well. This is a very intrinsic part of it, and we believe that the international players, we know we mapped companies like Nutrin are coming in. Bunge is also going to expand as well. But we trust that this local knowledge that we hold, this intimacy that we have, you know, between our consultants and our growers is definitely going to be a major differential for our growth and for our market share. Okay, so next question is this. What is more important for 3tentos, growth or profitability? Who is going to take this one? I can take this one. This is a very tricky question, but at the current moment, you know, there are many factors that are important here to answer this question. So the company has been growing for quite a while at very high rates, and there's been a great capital execution discipline involved. So our math is done based on the return that each store presents, and we consider the profitability for each expansion step. So there is a very strong discipline in our capital and the level of expansion and investment. These are two components that we intend to focus on, and we are going to keep close tabs on it. We are going to take a close look at it. So if I have to choose, I choose both. That's a great answer. So let's get to the next questions. You explained the expansion plan, which is organic, and there is 300 million for M&A. Why 20% of the resources are directed for M&A? I can take this one. This has been a recurring question for us, especially considering the current moment in the market. You know, the market is becoming even more consolidated, so there is a bit of a concern, you know, in terms of what the company is going to do and how we are going to take a stance. I think this morning made it very clear for everyone involved, and I hope it is, that we are very much concerned about the 3tentos culture. Nothing that we have done to this day could have been done if we weren't in the center, if we weren't focusing the customer. I mean, if we weren't putting the customer in the forefront. I think this is a heritage that comes from over 25 years ago. This is a company that was built by growers to deliver solutions for growers. Why is this so important when it comes to a consolidation movement? Well, consolidation in and of itself is something that has to be done with a lot of care. Of course, we have a guidance to grow as a company that is very much based on organic growth. But absolutely, as a company, we are very much interested in the opportunities for growth. So if we can observe a certain asset that might be, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 units, if we see that as something that makes sense for us to accelerate our growth, we will do that, as long as the 3tentos culture can prevail. You know, there might be some governance differences here and there, but as long as we can see this as something that makes sense, we are going to do it, and we are going to pursue some acquisition alternatives. We like to talk about M&A focusing more on A as opposed to M. So just to piggyback on what you just said, acquisition is the key word here. And that takes us to the next question, which is precisely about that. 3tentos competitors are looking for growth, and they are trying to do that through acquisitions. So what is the advantage of 3tentos when you try to consolidate this market? So let's hear it. Yes, this is a great question. We have presented growth rates that are very interesting, very appealing. So take the last 10 years, for example, we grew by more than 25% a year. And if you look at the last 3 years, we grew by 28% a year. And this is essentially organic growth. So that being said, I don't want to be repetitive here, but there is a balance between knowing how to do organic growth and making the most of some acquisition opportunities that come down the pike. So to us, that might be the best differential in a very competitive scenario. And there are some waves of consolidation happening. Perhaps other sectors in the economy have gone through it. And when it comes to the retail of agricultural inputs, this is definitely going to happen in a more natural way. This is going to happen once, twice. Perhaps there's going to be even 3 waves of consolidation. And there is a balance between knowing how to work on your organic growth and working on the strategy as well. So that's a differential. Great. Mauricio, Eduardo, great pleasure to be with you and see you shortly. See you next time. And right now, we are going to our last break. And in a while, we are going to conclude this morning with a whole lot of knowledge. So see you in a bit.
Três tentos, viu? É uma corda forte, torcida de 3. Cada tira, torcia, ficava uma corda grossa assim. Tu podia amarrar qualquer boi, não arrebentava. Então eu me referia assim, se nós vamos fazer uma firma forte, não pode arrebentar. Isso foi criado ali, ó. Eu só saíram para ir na faculdade. Mas quando chegavam, ó, descarregavam adubo de apá, faziam, abasteciam plantadeira, faziam tudo. Eu não criei eles para estar nenenzinho. Tem que ser ali, como eu fui criado. Eu com 5 anos não fiquei mais em casa. Com 10 anos, o capataz disse pro meu pai, o melhor empregado da fazenda. Eu sabia tudo. Ele me explicava tudo e eu ficava em roda ali, uma coisa, ó, para não escapar nada. Podia ter conversa que tivesse, eu estava escutando ele para me ver o que era. A experiência dele era muito grande. Hoje eu me espelho nisso aí. Consegui criar meus filhos desse jeito. Tem que trabalhar, tem que produzir, tem que ser honesto, muitas vezes, entendeu? Para poder levantar a cabeça e não ter medo de olhar para ninguém.
Que fantástico.
Fantastic to hear that testimony, you know? This man's sheer experience. This is one of the founders of the company and one of the pillars of all the values and principles that are followed by over 1,200 staff. We can see that 3tentos is really a very strong culture company. This is an owner's company, and the prospect is to perpetuate in this segment. It's a beautiful testimony to see. It's quite emotional for us, really, and in this good emotion with that sparkle in the eye, with that thrilling feeling of having done a very serious work on giving you the information, I want to go more in depth and give you yet another opportunity of getting to know this opportunity in the agribusiness today. So it's important to be clear to all of you that all the people here are committed, from the executives all the way to the shareholders, teams, and partners. We are committed to delivering the proposed results with sustainability and profitability to you. And to support this discourse, once again, I would like to call founders Luis Osorio and João Marcelo to leave us with their final messages. So first of all, Luis, I'm always emotional when I see Mr. Osorio, like we just saw, with a very strong message about what is 3tentos and how it was conceived and what are the pillars of the company. This is a culture that you have been perpetuating with your children that are leading the business as well. Congrats. Thank you, Callan. This is really a great source of pride for us. We are really joyful to see my father here. Of course, he couldn't be here. He and my mother are in our hometown of Porto Alegre. They started in this journey. We come from a livestock family from many years. Back in the 1800s, we already worked with that. So that just fills us with the sense of responsibility we have. Of course, it's a great joy. It's a lot of pride. It's an accomplishment, but we feel the sense of responsibility. And actually, I would like to see this screen here on the slide, which is the ESG bit. We left this topic towards the end because we really wanted to conclude and close with that, just to show how important it is, not only for 3tentos, but for agriculture in general. But 3tentos has a proposition here, Callan, and for all of you that are listening to us, I am addressing you, potential investor. 3tentos has a proposal to, I don't know if lead is too bold a word, but we want to be definitely at the front lines to really promote a better communication from the countryside to the urban centers. Agriculture is not destroying the environment. Agriculture needs more interactions so we can create and produce better, to produce better foods, healthy foods, renewable energies, and also to preserve our planting areas, our forestry areas, our riparian forests, and our Atlantic forest, which is really important in the country. We know that there is a lot of disinformation out there in the market. Today, Brazil has 66% of its area as forestry. This is numbers from Embrapa. We explore 8% of our total area with agriculture, while the United States, they have only 27% forests and 22% agriculture. France has 34% forests and 37% agriculture. There's been a lot of deforestation. This is not a criticism by any way, you know. This is not a confrontation. Our position at 3tentos is to reconcile, just to express that we don't have to have two sides in order to be successful. We can be successful as one. Of course, there are some issues. Some people are irresponsible. They create burns in some areas. We have a very strong drought in our Midwest and our north side of the country, which is very dire. We see natural fires all over the world, in California, in Portugal. And we might as well see it here as well. Unfortunately, wildfires happen, but we need to be more aware. And 3tentos is definitely in that trajectory. We have ESG in our DNA. It is part of 3tentos from day one. With no-till planting, with crop protection products that every year have less and less impact on the environment, and 3tentos invests in the research so we can work consciously. 100% of the packages of crop protection products of 3tentos customers, these packages are washed and rinsed 3 times, and they are given back to 3tentos, and we give them to recycling, all of the packages. So this awareness, this teaching, and this educational initiative with the families, there's not a lot of companies that can do that. Not a lot of companies do it with such dedication.
3tentos has the field day for 3rd and 4th graders, where there's a field day talking about nature and the livestock and crop agricultural industry exploration. Then there's the winning school. They get awards as computers for the school. That's how we help. And so it's not just donation, it's a work of awareness. And we have been doing that for many, many years, not just because ESG is now trending, and we hope it continues to trend. 3tentos naturally went into biodiesel, into renewable energy. Oh, it's going to increase this or that. No. Well, we're not going to take it away from diesel. People think, about any scenario, they think about disasters. We think about the good that can be done. So that's the vision, the view that 3tentos comes with: ESD, biodiesel, no-till planting, social actions of welfare in all the cities we trade in. During COVID-19, we put together a small ICU with the hospital, a semi-ICU with respirators, and that is done naturally, not so that the news will come and cover or for a story. No, it's for our team to feel better, for our customers to be proud of the company they do business with. Through biodiesel, we're trading C-Bios at B3. We know how much one C-Bio is equivalent to how many trees. With the misinformation topic, I'd like to bring some reliable information that soybean and corn sequestrate between 15 and 20 tons per hectare of CO2. A virgin forest sequestrates 15. So we don't have to transform it all into forest. Let's not cut down any more forests. Okay, we agree with that. We fight for that. But we have to exploit the areas we already have much, much more. People who are in the city, they don't have this knowledge with that clarity. This is data from Embrapa, from highly reliable data from a trustworthy agency. So with our investors who are much further ahead of us in terms of communication, we would like to truly integrate agriculture, the environment, society, governance, financial governance. There's no growth, no sustainability just with forests. And not just with agriculture, simply. And not just society getting welfare from the government. We have to have this balance, and ESG brings that. So Kellen, myself, and João Marcelo, we are joyful. We are happy to share with all of you with our future and potential shareholders and partners. 3tentos is preparing itself. We cannot have a deadline. It would be risky, but we're preparing ourselves. We knew from the first diagnostics, and we will become a B Corp, a B Corp, recognized internationally. We want a Brazilian company can do work that will draw attention, not just for the sake of drawing attention, but to be able to show Brazilians, for people from the city to be proud of the folks from the farm, from the field. There's a phrase, there's a quote I use with my kids, my children. Words inspire, examples drag people with us. We have to be the role models. We have to bring people with us. We're so happy to share this moment with you. João Marcelo, no doubt, we've had this opportunity to communicate with you throughout this morning, bringing what 3tentos is, bring in a group of executives who are in charge of this business. Zé Osório touched on the environmental, social aspects and governance as well. It's so important to point out. The company has evolved and is evolving in time, and the growth curve forces us to that. It demands that we have this kind of action, and it is absolutely welcome and necessary to the business. So 3tentos has improved its company organizational chart, bringing more people to different responsibilities, structuring the regions better. At the end of last year, we established a board of directors that will manage the company along with the executives. So the board is comprised of 6 members. Amongst the 6, myself and José Osório, and 4 other members who are not company executives. Daniel Carneiro, who has great skill. Roberta Alvarez, also focused on management. Jorge Cardoso has a solid management skill. And Ademar Chardon, the former head of Sicredi Bank, CEO of Sicredi. So he's got the financial, the credit side on the ag business. It's extremely important. The board will be supported by 2 committees, the statutory committee and related parties and auditing. So, and the second ESG committee. So emphasizing and showing how much we understand and how relevant we see this topic in the company. So along these 25 years, several things were done, like José Osório mentioned. In the beginning, we were 9, and then plus 7, we like to say. We're over 1,200 today. So with this growth that the company has delivered over the 25 years, so 3tentos is a company that's not here seeking or planning or proposing to do something different than what we have already done. We're proposing, we emphasize it's doing more of what we have already done. The same, accelerating it based on capital markets, driving it with capital markets through our IPO. So it's a solid plan, highly qualified people, markets that the company has mastery over. So it's an absolutely coherent proposition. It's not easy to execute, of course, in this scenario, but we feel very much capable, prepared to deliver. Actually, especially when we talk about a team, we feel so assured, confident that we have a team that has all the conditions to deliver, to make the difference. And this has already been happening. And we have been able to renew and even strengthen the team to do more. So really want to thank everyone for your attention once again and say that we've got a great company, folks, people who are prepared, who are trained, who can deliver significant value both to society, people, and whoever decides to go along down this path with us. Thank you, João Marcelo. Osório, your closing words? Yeah, it wells up, you know, we get a bit emotional here at the end. But I want to talk to every single one who's listening to us now, especially potential investors thank you for believing in 3tentos, a Brazilian company that has created this ecosystem to work on solutions for ag business, for our farmer, for the societies where we do business. We're doing this in Rio Grande do Sul. We're going to get throughout the whole state and then Mato Grosso. We're going to continue growing. very responsibly. And we will be here, ahead of the business. We will continue here, remain here, establishing amongst the 3tentos pillars of inputs, grains, and industry, a lot of synergy. I want to emphasize what João Marcelo mentioned, that when you saw the testimonials of the peoples at the plants and everybody said, oh, it comes out of here, goes there, the importance of input. There at the plant, it's not common. That's the result of a strong culture, of a strong identity with ag business. We're not going to relapse or fall back or allow it to blind us. We are focused to lead with responsibility. 3tentos has a relationship with UI, Ernst & EY, Ernst & Young. 5 years we've been reviewing our financial statements and everything. For 3 years, we are full audit by EY, and we had never had a non-conformity. So we non-compliance. So we need to continue learning. We will not weaken. We will not just come like divas. We will not. No, we will spread our business in Rio Grande do Sul with great responsibility, planning, studies, but we will deliver. Because it's more of the same, as João Marcelo mentioned. And in Mato Grosso, it's all in place. It's well planned. It's not like, oh, now we're going to go into Mato Grosso because we're going to host an event like this. No, no, no. This will be done in an extremely responsible fashion, caring of our greatest asset, our client, our customers, our employees, and our shareholders. So with that, we will be fully encapsulated in a society that can grow, and back to the phrase I used before, that we may lead by example for future generations, and may we remain here for many, many years to provide this legacy. From the first filing, February 19th, on the 20th, we got together via Zoom and other platforms. Over 1,200 employees of 3tentos, we, João Marcelo and myself, we told them, every single one, and you will know that they're working for this business already today. And they all follow, with great confidence. So thank you, João Marcelo, João Osório. I'm extremely happy for having participated in this day, a landmark for 3tentos. Thank you, João Marcelo, João Osório, for your trust in the future. I'm extremely certain of the company's success for the future, and all of this who are and will be part of this story. This is us with a key message from our meeting. 3tentos ecosystem. I'll see you next time. Thank you. Inputs, grains, and industry, consulting, and inputs, crop protection, fertilizers, planning, development, digital, grains, harvesting crops, shipments of grains, storage, trading, logistics, production of soybean meal, production facility, animal feed, food, biodiesel production, green energy. Forever partners. Thank you.